Evening, everyone. Hello, hello. I'll be waiting for some people to come on. I do apologize. My husband and I have been married for almost 30 years, and we still do date night. So my date night ran just a little later than I expected. So we try to get at least 1 to 2 nights a week out together. Kentucky Mama, hello, my love. Good evening. Susie from Arkansas. Crazy bunch. Hello. Hello there, crime and closer to you, Donna. Good evening, Nikki. Hi, love. Jennifer. Hi. I do apologize for your wait, guys. Like I said, I don't know if you heard me prior to popping on. Hello. 30 years almost in marriage, and we still do date night when we can. So from Washington, Ashley, Katharina. Hi, Dolly. Rita, hello. Everybody's starting to flood in here quickly. South Australia. Hi, guys. How are you? Hello from Missouri. Well, I stated that I wanted to talk about the Sebastian Rogers case involved with the supposed sighting. I want to go from there and see what we get. Oh, cute, Jennifer. Julia, you guys' messages are coming up pretty quick here. From New York, yes. Hi, everyone. Central Kentucky, Miss Angela Roberts, Kimberly Richardson's, and another from Kentucky. England, hello. We have people from all over, as you guys know. We're from England to Australia to you name it here in the U.S. We even have people from Africa as well. So, oh, thank you, crazy bunch. So, I also want to give you guys to try to get an opportunity to try to get your loved ones to come in and speak. I know it's really hard when I'm doing this kind of live because once it just starts to flow through, it just happens that way. So that's why I'm going to do another live. What's today? Today is Saturday. I'm going to try to do another live by Thursday night for the members so we can do, or just in general, just, you know, members only. We're going to be doing our usual live to get to see who comes through for you, your loved ones. Hello, everyone. Annette, JC from North Carolina, Carol T. It's been a long time. Oh, you're welcome, honey. No problem. I love to call my nan to come through. Well, as I always say, always try to do that. Don't give me info about what you're going to ask them. That's private between you and Spirit. So what you're going to do is ask whoever comes through, whoever chimes through, they will give me perhaps the way they look, something that they would have passed away from, or just a memory in life. It's that simple. You're going to know who it is because it's going to reference back to you. Or sometimes I'll get immediate names of people on here directly. As you all know, I'll get full names of people that want their loved ones from Spirit. Hello. I do private readings, yes. Jennifer, my stepdad's 8th anniversary. When their yearly time comes up, pay attention to your surroundings. I have been meditating, hopefully. Yeah, last week there was someone that their uncle came through, and you're welcome. Mississippi, oh. I have not been well and I have 2 lost dogs. Oh, okay. I hope you feel better. Canada's in the house. Did you get anything about anybody named Lonnie Lawson, murdered in 1975? When we do lives, whoever pops in or pops through, if I hear a name, I'll automatically say it, or I'll describe if it's a male or a female. It's here, and will give me. Oh, thank you. Let's get her to 10K tonight. You're awesome. From UK. I love all you guys. I do. I'm sorry I'm a little late. I know I've already apologized, but I try to be on time when I can. Oh, okay. I'm hearing from a male, time waits for no man. Huh. Man. That's a... Hi, Tammy. I wish you and Ryan get together. He's still looking for summer. I have commented to him about, you're awesome, you are, you telling me, Uncle. Oh, well, that's nice of you. Thank you, Tammy. He works so many hours with his job. I work a lot. Well, part of it's my business. Part of it is because of my employment, and plus my home life with my son and my mother and everything that I have to do. So I'm constantly busy. So sometimes that's why I'm so exhausted by the time I get to you guys. Oh, okay. Pink butterfly. I hope they're beautiful. I would love to see a pic of one or all of them. Mimi for Justice for Summer. Hi, Dolly. Alberta, Canada. Hello, Summer's Army. Tammy, Susan, hello. I always try to give everybody shout outs. I think that's important. Whoever shows up should have that. And if I can't see some of you guys, I do apologize, because even with my glasses on, it's hard to see some of them. She made it home from the hospital. That's why my live ended last time. My mom was calling through to let me know she was being admitted to the hospital. She had pneumonia. She's not doing too good. There's a lot of recovery she needs to do, but with her age, we're just expecting it to be harder on her in so many ways, in so many words. Shelby, hello. Pink butterfly. So far, one solid gray, one solid black. I love cats. I love cats. I love all animals, but I love cats. You all seen my chase. Thank you, Karma Crime. Yeah, he's my love. My Caleb is my love. Massachusetts is in the house. Hi. Susan Q. Christina. Hi, Dolly. Yeah, it's been a really rough week. I'm trying to keep balanced and my energy balanced. I've been really tired today. I'm feeling under the weather. You might not seem like it, but I woke up with a sore throat this morning and things like that. So you have 6 cats. Oh, well, I love cats. If I could have a ton of cats, I would. Rita, North Carolina. Widow 333. Oh, it's your first live. Well, welcome. Oh yeah, he's my heart. He really is. He is my angel here on earth. Please hit the like for, oh, thank you, sweetie. Christina's waving, hello. I did get a strange phrase. This could go to someone that was living in life, and maybe this was a male. Time waits for no man. I'm not sure if anybody on here had a relative and stated that while they were here on earth. That definitely came from my male side. It was definitely a it's a well-known phrase. UK, we love you too, honey. Tennessee, yes. Do you have any messages for me, Anna? I'm not sure yet, dear. Depends on who comes through. Wow, 17 cats. You're taking care of a lot of cats. But you know what? That's a normal thing you're doing because animals need us. They really do. You lost 2 dogs within 4 months. That is so heartbreaking. I lost my Leah, and I had her for almost 13 years, and hello from Georgia, Sugar Bear. She was trained to protect Caleb. She was we have law enforcement in our family as well, and on my cousin's side, and he gave me some pointers and showed me how to train her, and needless to say, no one could get near Caleb without her permission, and she was very protective of me. You're welcome. North Carolina says hi. So yeah, I have a cat. I did have 2 dogs. I have a German Shepherd, excuse me. I had her cremated. I have her ashes and all of that. I have her paw prints, and she's my baby. She was not like your typical dog. She could open doors, she could open gates, she was a mama bear to all kids. She protected all children. Very, very well trained. Hello, Grace. And now our Doberman is a 120-pound Doberman, and she's this big, scary thing. And, she's lonely without Leah, so we're going to get another smaller dog and see how that works with her. Hi, Nicole. She's from Quincy, Massachusetts. They are so human. German Shepherd, I love all animals. I love all breeds of dogs, but German Shepherds, there's something that clicks with me in them that is very special. I don't know what it is about German Shepherds and me, but I could have a whole house full of them. My husband was talking about getting me one of those, Kimberly. Yep, Diana. Shepherds are like one of the most amazing breeds. I mean, all animals are amazing, but German Shepherds are very, very territorial over children, over their properties. It's very, very, it's crazy how just intelligent they are. South Carolina Lane, Kimberly Richardson. 1 is 12, 1 is 9. My Leah was 13 when she passed away, and for me that was hard for me to just even do that. Kentucky, hey Rose. Meatball, I love Shih Tzus. They are adorable. Little Miss Press, I have 3 boxers. I like boxers too, though. Bean Station, Tennessee. I would love to see pictures of all your animals on my Facebook. I'll try to do like an animal day where I post all their pictures, have like a little family group of animals. Oh, well, thank you, Xavier. Yeah, definitely. Chinchillas. Oh, okay. I don't even know if I seen that right. Boxers and 2 kittens. I told my husband for my birthday next year, if he's able to. If not, it's okay. I don't make a big deal. I would like a Maine Coon cat. Like, they're huge. But I'm a cat person, so I've always adored that breed. I just think they're gorgeous. Yeah, I had to put Leah down. It literally broke my heart. Like, I cried for over a week, and I knew she didn't do it anymore. I was bathing her daily. She was losing her bowels on herself. She couldn't eat. And when she did eat, she was going right through her. It was just, her system was completely shutting down on her. Very, very beautiful dog. I'll do for those who are on my Facebook, I will post a picture of me and Leah one day on there. Chase is always trying to get outside, and I'm just like so scared he's gonna get outside and not come back in. He's a house cat, but his mother was born in the wild. She was homeless, and one of my cousins found the mother in an abandoned house, and he kept her. He took care of her, and she just had kittens. So I took Chase, and I'm just afraid if he gets out, I'm not gonna get him back. I used to have one named Mr. Bojangles. I love that. Labradoodle, German Shepherd. Well, I love, and you know, I know the mixed breeding of dogs, you know, there are some really unique ones, but I think the poodle ones that are mixed are pretty good, a good mix, and they're pretty unique looking. My husband wants to get me a, oh gosh, I forget what the name of it is. It's a bulldog, but it's a French bulldog. We seen them in the store one day, and we're just like, we fell in love with them. That's okay. From I think it said Louisiana. I'm sorry if I misread that. Listen, it doesn't matter if they're full breed. It doesn't matter if they're, you know, technically called mutts, but I tell you what, they're all, people don't realize dogs are the most loyal living things ever. Dog spelled backwards is what? G-O-D, God. The God source, love. Everything is love from an animal. Think about that. They were created for a reason. Yeah, all animals are absolutely. I have not, Diane, no. Yeah, they are family for sure. Absolutely. My sister had a British bulldog. Kim, hello, Sarah. New from, I'm sorry, I couldn't see that great, but it also says Kelly. Hello, hello. We have a Tweety. That's so cute. I bet you they're adorable. Claire. Your name, Claire. Something rings to me about your name, Claire. Wisconsin is here. Nobody's late, Celeste. I was a little late, and like I said, I apologize. All right, my dears, I want to get going with you all. So, as I'm sitting here, hello, was getting the words Aim, Rip, and Tim. Those are just basic words that I received. It could be just someone coming through for someone on here right now. Northern Utah. You felt your grandma today. You got emotional, and that's more of a sign for people. That's a symbolization of how they connect with you. You became emotional because you felt their presence, because you know them with love. So that's one of the symbols that you will feel. You will feel an emotional, it's a sadness, but it's also a feeling of love too, because the sadness just goes with the earthly tie to the person, which is because you feel you've lost their earthly ties with them, but you haven't. They're still with you. Ohio, Iowa, Massachusetts. Keep them coming, my loves. Tim keeps coming to mind. I want to try to get some energies to come through before we get to the main focus of the live. That way you guys can try to get some people to come through. You have lots of dreams of past loved ones. My dad never, but that's okay, because Kentucky Mama, my dad has never spoken to me in the 5 years after he crossed over. And then the day that he crossed over, he had told me, tell your sister I'm sorry. He wasn't a gentle person, you know. He had issues with his temper. I come from, just like everybody else, I come from a broken home. But in the end of the day, I have forgiven, I have let go. I still love my family. I'm not this picture perfect person who didn't grow up in a broken sense. I grew up broken from the get-go, from the start. So, oh, your brother's name is Tim, Karma Crime. Okay. We'll go with the names. We're just going to start off with the names. We got Will as well. Okay, so when I get Will, I've always told Spirit, you have to let me know if it's a person's name or a person's will to go on. And when I hear Will and Bill, that's to tell me it's William. They're very good with that with me when it comes to Will, and I have to establish what they mean by that. Pittsburgh is here. Tina. Hello, everyone. Do you ever get names from Spirit? I do get names from Spirit. That's how I can establish sometimes who directly. Sometimes they're so bluntly, I want to speak to such and such. And sometimes I don't even know if that person's on my live. I will say, hey, is there a such and such on here? Spirit wants to talk to you. Sometimes it can be very vague. Sometimes it can be very detailed. Spirit will let me know. Perfect example, I have someone here that I've been helping with her daughter's case locally, and I guess it's her anniversary of her daughter's passing, but she wanted me, in Spirit, wanted me to tell this woman, we'll just give her a name by Kim. She wanted me to tell this woman, Kim, that there were several people that wanted to talk to her. And I had given her the names like Dave, such and such, such and such. And I said, but the person that's the female side of the family, not the father, you know what I mean, as such, it would be like that person's sister, or it would come from the other side of the family and such, so the father's side. So that's how I distinguish it. Really care the real names on here. If I get a really bad vibe from the name, I will just not interact with you, because it could be, I have plenty of suspects that pop on my lives. Once they know my videos are out there, they'll find a way to try to contact me. Perfect example, we all know. Well, I'm gonna get to that in a few moments, but I want to give you guys a opportunity to try to send your loved ones any messages that you want to relay back to you. I don't know who's going to come through at the time, because I tried to do this last time and it ended up being really difficult, because once an open doorway is there for a specific reason, I can't shut that down until they're ready to shut it down. I could, but being it's for Sebastian, I wanted to get 100% keep that going. So it's very hard for me to, but also in Spirit, they feel, okay, their messages can wait, and let this, you know, let the spirit guides talk for Sebastian Roberts. Let the higher self talk for Sebastian Rogers. So, grandson Liam, legal trouble right now. Kim, Mammo 3. And he's all these messages are going up quick. No, honey. No, Jackie. What I mean is, I'm just giving a general aspect of, so if I just see a person's name, so when I get a Facebook, okay, perfect example. I've been getting friend requests on my Facebook, and I'm we all know it is. We're not gonna even let that give them the platform to be on here. But yeah, I've been fake friend requests from him. Spunky, hi Sarah. Someone told you your dad reincarnated right away. You know what though, Carol, that can happen. It can just go boom, it's done for some energy. It doesn't have to be, but my dad had a lot of I'll say baggage. He needed to apologize for a lot of things, and he wanted to stick around until he was ready to say I'm sorry. Saying sorry before crossing over means so much. Nina, to all whom are missing loved ones, gives you a big heart, everybody. Oh no, no, Jackie. I'm just in general, if I feel like a vibe is coming from a person's, uh, name or just their profile, I'm just like a when a person can feel your pain since you were born. It's like an intuitive, empathic ability. I don't like to say gift because I feel like that makes someone feel other than them that they're not gifted if they don't go through certain things. No, everybody's born gifted. It's how we use it, it's how we're trained to use it, or if it just diminishes away from us because we're always told something, you didn't see that ghost, that's in your imagination. That's in your imagination. But for that type of thing to happen, it always has to be you have a spiritual connection with her in that manner. I feel my mom's pain. Even though we don't have to be in the same household together, when she was in the hospital, I was feeling all her pain. And I called her up and I told her, you're in pain such and such here, 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 and here. She goes, yeah, you're right. I said, oh, I'm feeling it. So that's what it can be like sometimes. And for anybody that's asking, yes, I am live right now. Kim, unfortunately, I don't choose who comes through at the moment, but I am trying to give you guys that opportunity before I hop on to the next part of things. That way, at least you guys can get some, get in there some with Spirit. I don't know why it does this every time it rains. I just honestly think, depending on where we are, I miss being in my space downstairs, but I'll be back in there next week. It's just because of vacation and kids everywhere, and I'll definitely do my best to do what I can. Buffering there too. Quite a bit of buffering. Mom. Diane, thank you, my loves. You're awesome. I know, I'm sorry about the buffering. I don't know why it's doing it. It's probably because I'm outside in my vehicle, to be honest. I try to just, be in a more quiet setting. And then my office space down in the basement is so bright. Yeah, I feel like it's too bright. So what I'm going to be doing is bringing my lamps down there and having it more of a lower light setting so it's not so bright in your face on live. Yes, my darling, you are awesome. Thank you so much. Sassy, hi from North Carolina. Oh, that's okay. They can't stop what we're doing. You already know that. Hi from Vermont. Yeah, I do think it's not raining here. It's actually really nice here. But at night, I either get really cold or really hot, depending on how Spirit comes through. Oh, thank you, Carol. Newark, New Jersey's in the house. Thank you, Summer's Army. You're awesome. Storms and lightning have been causing issues. We did have some storms the other day, for sure, here. Watching from Texas. Awesome. Buffalo, New York. Awesome. Georgia. I love to see everybody and anybody coming through from every single place. I think it's really awesome. Indiana's here. We have a female that keeps trying to step through. I'm just going to give you, because I wanted to wait and see what more I got from her. Hello, you from Oregon goes, hello. North Dakota. Wow, Florida, keep them coming. Alabama. You guys are so, I love the group that we have on here, because it's literally just for the positive aspects. I love that there's not any negativity on here, and then we're projecting out love and, you know, finding people here. This is what it's all about. That's what I love about this place. Everything and everyone. Yeah, we get the, you know, we get the usual, you know, tit for tat, but Florida. I'm going to leave that open for discussion. I'm not too sure yet, because when I looked down, it said Florida here. Toledo. Oh, I missed that one. That's not for just for Alabama. I try to call everybody out and give them their recognition. I don't ever try to allow anything like that and ignore people, because I feel like that is rude. Let's see. Your brother has been gone 22 years. And so, of course you do, honey. How do you not, you know? Hi, everyone. Debbie. Oh, we got, you know, here we go with Mr. Bigfoot, we'll call him on here. Tuscany, Arizona. No worries. The best thing we can do is never give them a platform on here. You just let those messages keep going up. Exactly, Jennifer. So when pets come through, what I'll do is more or less I'll get like a picture of them. It's kind of like a little flash, like on a TV screen, and I can describe it. Or if they do step through, they're usually with a person to let me know, and if maybe sometimes a name comes through with that. So that's how I usually get it. Do you do readings? I've lost so many and can't wait to join them. Your dad this March. All right. Oh boy, those are growing up fast. Yep, just keep ignoring the nobody. If he has nothing positive to say about Sebastian, or, you know, what he can do to help Sebastian, he shouldn't really be on here. No, I can't say grace I have yet. Texas. Sassy, you are welcome, my dear. Florida. One minute. Got a little spider in my truck. There we go. All better. From Knoxville, Tennessee. Yeah, I'm going to be doing another live on, no, I'm doing Toast Sebastian. On Summer. I think we need to go back to her and see if we can get her aunt to do any more talking for us. We got quite a few from Knoxville, some Florida. I'm getting warm again. Okay. She is such a precious little baby, isn't she? Oh, I do. Yes, I do, Sassy. Oh, we can't let the nobodies get to us. I think funny, laugh at them. You know, I gotta say, I have so many people sending me things through email, through Messenger, and I gotta tell you, I love this lady. I believe her name was Terry Lynn. She gave that 100%. Sadly, you know, it took a brave voice to let him know, shut his mouth, and be respectful, because clearly he wasn't taught any respect. Illinois. Oh, I gotta go back down. Sorry, I'm missing some here. Yes, Terry did a phenomenal job. Now, I haven't seen her channel, but when that was sent to me, I actually watched the whole thing, and I gotta tell you, I was probably laughing aloud the whole time, because she was asking all the right questions, and then he was being like this weirdo, period. No, I don't. I definitely don't think Summer Wells has been found. No, I definitely don't. Yeah, she gave him a big country a thrashing. Jasmine, if he comes through, honey, any details I'm sure any of the name. See, a lot of people think that I have to go by the name on here. If Spirit wants to talk, they'll give me your actual name sometimes too. Minnesota's in the house. Oh yeah, big time. That's what happens when you're guilty of something. You get real weird, and that he is. It's strange that he's taking his time to go on everybody's channel, and he doesn't think he looks in any way possible. That's laughable. Yes, Cindy, prayers for Sebastian and for Seth. Oh, well, thank you, dear. It's real creepy, Nikki, for sure. Rhode Island. I can just see how he was brought up. He has no self-control. He talked about Sebastian having no boundaries, which a lot of autistic children have an issue with. They can't help it. It has to be taught to them at a young age. But even so, as they age, they still have that boundary issue, to where they do want to be up close to you, because they don't understand the emotional connect to you, they want to be in your face to say, hey, you know, they really want that connection with you really bad. But he has clearly no boundaries whatsoever. Thank you from Louisiana. Short man, thank you. Short man syndrome. Very easy to see. Oh yeah, definitely. He's trying to compensate for something. I'd hate to ask, but I won't. Okay, Seth is being mentioned. Seth is being mentioned, yes. It's really twisted and sick that, you know, he's going that far. He's truly, I think he was honorably discharged for mental health issues. You can hear it in his voice. He's mentally unstable. He's paranoid. I believe he's a paranoid schizophrenic. Yeah, for sure. My Facebook, I'll put up for you. Big belt buckle. The problem is Chris Weirdfoot, nobody, is only wishing he was half the man Seth was, and that's what his jealousy and hate towards him is. Oh yeah, and we'll get into that. That's a big, like, I'm floored by that. But I mean, when I had saw that vision of, you know, him taking off his belt and the sexual assault of whatever, the essaying, I think I was picking up from both sides, and that makes sense why. Yeah, Weirdfoot, yeah, for sure. Do you think he will get custody? No, I do not believe he'll get custody of his daughter. You can't have custody of your kid if you lose one. Let's see. Okay. Chris Stinky, yeah, that's another good one. I do think it's very strange that Seth is the real father here, and he says he's not getting any information from police, which I don't agree with, but I understand it. Because if everyone's under investigation, and say it, and you know, if it's a possible criminal investigation, then state that. I mean, why are you not giving the father any information? I think that should be, in some manner of the fact, violating his rights, because he's doing what he can to find his son. He didn't get lost in his custody. He got lost in, you know, the Weirdfoot home. A lot of people don't trust them in that area. No, he definitely shouldn't be around any child, especially any with a disability, considering I heard all the horrible things he said to him. This case is getting on my nerves on the highest levels. And it's not that, you know, it's not because I know there has to be a certain amount of quietness to it, because if people are under investigation, and I think there's a lot more to it than what you guys are really not seeing. And I do believe there are police that are doing everything they can to help him. But I also believe, you know, someone in an old friendship they have is helping along with giving the proud feet, the Weirdfoot family, a little one-ups to help them. Yeah, I heard that he sprayed him with a some sort of machine, which, might I add, I have one, and they hurt. They hurt to get sprayed with. It's a power washer, pressure washer. And just think, if it gets the dirt off the sidewalks and the house, can you imagine what it does to skin? I think a spirit is affecting the life. No, it's not that. Yeah, Mr. Smallfoot, Mr. Bigfoot, whatever people want to call him today. Pressure washer for sure. I mean, it's really sick that the neighbors heard him calling. It's Katie's R word. I mean, it's really sick that you could treat a child that way. There's a special place for you, I can tell you that. Oh, yeah. And that alone, that should tell you, why isn't anything being done about him? What kind of pull? Or what did mommy fix for him this time? Because I can tell you, this isn't the first time he's abused someone's child and got away with it. Clearly, we've gotten to the point where now someone's child is missing on the account of who? Both of them. Allowing it to get this far, someone's child is now missing. Oh, yeah. He seeks out people that have a more softer or weaker mentality, because that's where he feels manly. He's so overdone. He's so, people like him, you could read in a matter of a second. I'd love to get him on here and talk to him face to face. I'd love to interview you. You want to know why? Because I could call you out in a second. Well, why would they send him to his dad's when they were abusing him? Just think about that. Think about that. Then he would have to go to jail for child abuse. And then he really wouldn't have gotten his daughter. They didn't just think it was going to blow up like this in the news. Sorry, Sebastian, the army is going to keep putting him out there and keep exposing you and your sick-ass wife. He can be, he definitely doesn't scare me. He hasn't seen the mean side of me because I keep that dormant. I don't let that out. He can't faze me. He can't hurt my feelings. But he ever tries to cross me, he's got me mistaken. Yeah, he's... Ugh. He won't face anybody that he feels intimidated by. He'll just make his little phone calls. I'm not going to go tit for tat. And then he'll go on for 3 hours about the same thing and the reason why he won't let Seth in there with top-notch dogs to search the property. Who's delaying the investigation here? You are, you bum. You're keeping something hidden for a reason. You don't want them in your house because you know. And so is Katie. That's why Katie hasn't been on to open her mouth. Right? You know. I have no empathy for Katie because going through, if she did get abused as a child, why would you want to inflict that on your child? You know why it was okay for her? Because she didn't want him in the first place. She was detached from him. And then when Weirdfoot gave her a little bit of money and an opportunity to live a really secure life, and you know, the pull with the nonsense, well, she put her own needs before her child. Yep, for sure, Susie. Crystal, yep. It's disgusting. And then to get into, everybody's talking about the Bowersock family and the Proudfoot family, but no one's talking about her family, which is all sex offenders, which is mind-boggling to me that this poor child was around that much sickness. Oh God, I mean, absolutely twisted. Yeah, they are definitely all twisted. I do think that the FBI is going to haul their asses in and question them at some point. And that's why, Mr. I need to go down to wherever that place is in your camper and take Katie with you. It's because you know Katie can't talk without you. Katie can't keep it together long enough because Katie's not mentally there, because she knows exactly what happened to her child. And you helped her. You helped her. And I know you did. Nothing stays hidden forever. Whether it's a year, whether it's 2, whether it's 5, whether it's 10, you will all get what's coming to you. Law enforcement will come for you. Katie knows what she's doing. So the whole rocking, the sudden tears, that's a forced thing, because you don't see any of that crying until, you know, the story has to come out, and then they, you know, eye contact with each other. Oh, and Chris goes to jail? Oof. Good luck, buddy, because they don't like men like you in prison. Yep. I think it's awful. Seth can't get any information on his son, but that lowlife nobody can go right along with a sheriff. See a problem there? See a problem where, you know, they have no evidence, but yet they can go on what they're telling the public and the police. Oh, he must have walked out and vanished. But that's okay to implement something that you didn't see, right? So I'm pretty sure people know exactly what's going on here. They're just big time. Oh, they will have a blast with him. And I can't wait. They will have a blast with Pansy Chrisfoot. Oh, yeah. Hello, hello. Okay. You guys can start sending your questions in for me, that we can get some stuff going here. Exactly. And don't act like you don't read the chat comments, because I know you do. I mean, who talks about if you would have did it, you would have buried under concrete? Or you laugh at the YouTube content creator, and she had to school you, put you in your place because you were laughing during an interview. You were swearing, thinking you could talk to anybody you wanted to. Have some respect, or did you not get taught that? This message is held for review. Oh, I'm touching a nerve. Weirdfoot's mama must have not taught you any manners, clearly. And I can clearly see that, you know, you're quite the coward when it comes to facing people, but you can sit there on the phone and hound people about their interviews, right? You can, because you know why? You're a coward and you're hiding behind a phone. That's about it. I purposely do these lives. You know why? Because I know it's going to piss you off, and I know you're going to pop on here. You see, you just don't know the information that I'm carrying. I am working with somebody, one specific person. One. And you're just mad because you think I'm going to lose my cool and blow it out, and you have no idea how I work, dear. Dear little one. He doesn't respect anybody. He can sit there and and constantly go on all. And you know what kills me? He said he's more or less following certain channels. That's the kicker here. So, you know, everybody's going tit for tat with you, and they're holding up, you know, what they need to hold up, and they don't want to help out in the investigation, but yet you're the one who told Seth on YouTube that no one's going into your house with the dogs that could pick up a scent as quick as possible. These dogs are that advanced. Bomb sniffing, narcotics, God, cadaver, you name it, these dogs are top notch. Why aren't you putting this to bed? Why aren't you putting it to rest? I'm confused. Why is Katie hiding out with you? Because you know you have this thing where, oh my God, if they find out, we need to go off. Do you honestly think you're going to be able to get away from police once they find out things? I just can't wait to see which one of you are going to snitch on each other. He can't face you or Bullhorn, Betty. You're both too. Oh, God. Like I said, I keep my anger dormant. You can't faze me. I got tough skin, buddy. Annette, Angela, if they actually love Sebastian, oh yeah, they're not looking for him. It's you're pathetic. You're pathetic. You are so pathetic. And you know what? I enjoy coming at you because any YouTuber making videos is actually trying to help Sebastian, put out things for him to keep him in the media, because it takes strangers to do your job as parents. It's what it takes. It's sad. You're pathetic. I wouldn't let my dog around you. Thank you, Jennifer. Chris is such, he is just so ill. That's all I can say. Definitely. Susan, definitely. Right. If you have nothing to hide, why haven't you let Seth get in there with the dogs? You could be present. So that way you can't say nobody planted any evidence. See, that would be, I'm giving you a forewarning what he would say next. Oh, they're planting evidence in my house. That's how, you know, transparent he is. It's gross. You're so transparent. It's ugh. I hear a lot about this person, JRL, from this weird foot guy here on everybody's channel that he keeps going on. What are you afraid of JRL for? Because he'd asked you the questions that he needs to ask? Just like this lady Terry Lynn did? You're a coward. That's all you are. Yeah, he's just like Don Wells. He's just like Don Wells for sure. Okay, so I'm going on, yeah, JLR, excuse me, I said it wrong. I apologize, Diane. I mean, because all he does is talk about this guy, and I'm like, who is this guy? And so every time I turn around, I'm getting something sent to me about him going on, trashing people for this and that, but yet here you haven't done anything to help him. Oh, well, he doesn't like to be called Smallfoot Dad. Well, that's what he is. Okay, let me ask this question because the pants question has come up several times. JLR doesn't mind. Yep, nope. And I'm glad. I don't know who he is, but I'm glad that he asked questions. I'm glad Terry Lynn asked questions. I gotta say, I was loving that. Right. JLR doesn't trash. He gives facts on every case. When someone sent me, I think it was like one of his videos, and I think he had to do with Sebastian. I only saw a few minutes of it, but he looked like he was in it and he was doing what he was supposed to. So I give him respect. I've never met him, but I give him respect. I'm going to ask that one too. Were the pants Sebastian Rogers that were found by Terry Lynn? I'm being told no. What about the glasses? I know it was stated no to that, but are those his glasses? No. Okay. So no to the pants and no to the glasses. I also think in some strange way that is like, I'm going to drop this here, I'm going to drop this here. So that way, you know, it makes it look like he was over here, over here, over here. You know, you gotta remember what you're dealing with. Dumb people who think they're smart. Yeah, I've never spoke to the guy, but I got respect for him because he's really pissing off Chris Weirdfoot. Good one, Lori. For this is a question that has to do with the lights on the property the night that Sebastian Rogers went missing. What can you tell me about those lights? Are those people in that video? What do you mean? I'm getting something odd here, but I'm going to say it to you. I'm getting aim, ripple effect, also flashlight. So when I heard the word flashlight, though, it almost looked like someone being hit with a flashlight. Not sure why, honey. Flashlights were never found. My question is that. Video. I know, guys. I do apologize. But to me, the video with the lights, I'm hearing two, but also like someone's hitting with a flashlight. Okay, Susie, I'm going to ask that next, okay? Did they force Sebastian to sleep on a mattress in the garage? What do you mean? What's that mean? Okay, I'll ask it in a different way. Was he ever forced to stay in the garage? I hear the word. I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it because that's how I was told. Cold, the word for urinate, but with the P. So I think it's dirty to say it that way. I will get it to you, dear, soon, okay? Was being in the garage, locked in the garage, a punishment? Hate. It wasn't a punishment. It was done out of hate. They hated that boy. Oh, it's this kind of stuff. You make my skin crawl. You make my skin crawl. They definitely treated him with hate. Annette, something about a trail did come up in my reading last week. Thank you. He does. He makes me physically ill. He repulses me. Like, I don't know how any woman could be with you, and I'm going to say it like this, and I know I shouldn't even give you time on my channel, but I think you're disgusting. I don't know how a woman could even be with you in that way. You're just a filthy person. You hated that child. You made him suffer. You really were pinching him? He was telling me pinch, pinch, pinch. Oh. Called him names for sure. The R word, which I absolutely freaking hate. What's that mean? I'm not sure what sand has to do with anything. S-A-N-D. For real, yeah, for real. Like a desperate person, yeah. The word sand is being said. You heard pinching too, Mary? Whatever is done in the dark will come to light. There is that balance. You gotta love you gotta love the cockiness and the arrogance, because they won't be saying that eventually. Hold on. I see it this way. Once one goes down, the other one's gonna go right with them, because do you honestly think that person's gonna take the fall for everything? I don't. Not one bit. They're gonna do it together. You're gonna fall together, since you're a team together. Now, maybe you guys can figure out what affiliation this has, but sand, S-A-N-D, that came up after the R word in pinch as well. Can you imagine what his dad did to him? I mean, I saw the pictures of the family, and it's really, I did get shady business deals as well from their picture, so. Oh, they definitely had help, for sure. I don't know, Darlene. I'm not sure. Not sure yet. I'll get there eventually. Is there sand at the campgrounds? Maybe. Susie, I do have an area that has come up. It's in a circumference. I am working with one person in private. I won't say it on here because, you know, Weirdfoot's on here. Becky Lynn, it's not even just the sister. Go look it up. It's very disturbing. Very, very sickening. Sandick construct. Oh, that makes sense, Tammy. They do have to have that stuff there. Also the word mom. Proud. I'm assuming we're talking about Katie Proudfoot. Grin. She was grinning. It's okay, she won't be when she goes to prison. Talking about something about dad, mine, dad, mine. It's really sick, Tammy, isn't it? Bobby, I do believe in that sense, yes. I just think it's unfair to Seth. I know it's an open investigation, but what kind of investigation do you not give? If you don't feel the parents are guilty, why aren't you giving the father, the one that didn't lose him, some information? He's living ups and downs and crying for 1 second, not sleeping the next, traveling, doing this, and yet the Weirdfoot family isn't doing anything. They're traveling, they're buying, they're looking at motorcycles, they're at Cracker Barrel, they're at all these other places. Do you know how many people that have messaged me and said, yeah, they were just at this store. Do you think that I don't know people in your hometown that are not messaging me, telling me that they were standing right next to you, telling me that you were giggling and laughing with each other at self-checkout? See, I don't say that stuff because I don't want to sound like a weirdo. But I have so many people on here that are coming to me about things, about what you two are doing. It's really sickening. I feel so bad for Seth. RNS4, yes, or 5-4, yeah, I hear you. Both Proudfoot vehicles were at the campsite yesterday. Fact, video on tube. I'm really worried about and honestly, I'm nervous for him because you never know what Weirdfoot is going to do on the down low to make it look strange, because you look how much animosity he has with him. Seth is talking at a very low tone, very relaxed voice, and you can't talk to an effing log. F this, F that, F this, F that, and yet the content creators are trying to keep their cool and be respectful to keep him on. It's like babying an overprivileged child who got fed from a silver spoon, who isn't getting their way. You have to control the narrative from someone else's channel, except for you couldn't do it to Terry Lynn because she gave your ass, put you right on a silver platter. She let you know, don't talk to her like that. And you're scared of the other guy there, JLR, because what? What are you afraid of the hard questions from that guy for? Kind of confused, Mr. Big Billy Badass. Why won't you let the dogs in the house? So many questions that people just keep, overlapping and not answering, but police haven't questioned you on that yet. That's what I find funny. That's where I feel there's something really wrong with who you're connected to. I feel he will be found on Becky, I feel he will be found almost like on a weekend day, like a Saturday or a Sunday. It's almost like I get the feeling of, but that could just be me in the sense of school is letting out, people are at home. It's a very strange feeling. It's almost like, to me, it would feel like a weekend, like everybody's out and together. You can't do that while kids are in school and people at work. Most of the time, a weekend trip. So that's where I get this feeling of it's going to be like a weekend thing. I would love to interview Weirdfoot family, because that's the thing. In front of me, face to face, you couldn't lie to me. You couldn't lie to me, because I listen to everything. I look at everything. I look at hand movement. I listen to the voice. I look at eye movement. Anything and anything I pay attention into. Just like you said, you didn't choke him, but I heard it in your voice. You did choke him, and you know you did. Spirit don't lie, sweetie. My guides don't lie, sweetie. You did, and you know you did. Damn, something about you are not the only one that says it. Okay. Oh, let's get to that picture. Good one, Lori. I'm trying to slow down your questions here. If it lags, it's probably because of that. Sand, viper, and a camper. Oh, maybe. I am putting you all on blast. I'm letting you know. I'm giving you the opportunity. If you're this big Billy badass who really knows what happened to Sebastian, or you could say what you have to say. You're welcome on my life. I'll give you the opportunity. Give you and your wife the opportunity. But you know why you'll deny it? Because you're afraid. You're afraid of people like me, because we know people like you. I've worked too many cases like you. It's disgusting. I don't know any mother that would allow someone to spray a child with a pressure washer. That can take skin off if left on long enough. And I'd love to know why none of the neighbors ever called CPS, or even if they did call CPS. I don't know if they didn't, but I would love to know if they did, and how many times they went to that house for that. I can't imagine what that sweet, sweet boy endured every single day. It's almost like if he looked at Chris the wrong way, he would get hit. To me, I could picture him looking down at the floor just so he doesn't have to make eye contact with him. That's the kind of feel that I would get from that. Becky, is Katie being abused with Sebastian? It's kind of hard to think that she wouldn't be getting hit by him, but it's also, ask yourself this. There are plenty of women that are abused by men every day, and they have to find the courage. Sometimes it takes some long, sometimes it doesn't take much at all. But how many mothers will sit there, go through that abuse for themselves, but when they see their child being hurt, that's when that bear comes out in their spirit. I would be damned if anybody hit my Caleb. I don't care who you are. That would be the only time you did, and then you'd have to face me physically. I don't play with my son. My son is my everything. Cross me that way and see who I am after that. When you have a child with autism, or any child for that matter, I will say this again, any child for that matter, but the ones that are disabled, they can't fight for themselves, just like a child without autism can't fight for themselves. It's your damn job to do it. And whether maybe I got the feeling that Sebastian knew something was going on in the household, but never in a day did I think she would allow the things that she did. I'm not too sure who that is, honey. Katie was trained in martial arts. She is right. So if she was trained in martial arts, then I doubt she was getting the crap beat out of her. But I also got to say, trained in martial arts, who put the chokehold on the boy? But I also do believe that wasn't the first time or the last time that it happened. I do believe that's how they controlled Sebastian. When he told me tight, choke, I assumed that he meant he choked on the pill or choked on pills or just choked on something, because he kept referencing the pill, the pill. I didn't want to take my medicine. And then it went from choke or tight to choke, and then it was like I saw this. For me, that's you probably broke his neck, or you assumed that you hurt him in a way to where you had to go take his body. But I also believe you hit him in the head, because after my last live, I had pain strictly down the left side of my head in this area in general, okay? And it went down into my neck and into my shoulder as if someone ripped my shoulder out of socket. So it took how many of you to hurt that boy? How did he cry? Did he call out? Do tell me, since you're that sick and you enjoy details like that. I would like to know how he left the house that night. I don't feel... If I'm wrong, I'll be the first to apologize on here and still have my hatred for you, Chris Weirdfoot and Katie Weirdfoot. If I'm wrong, I'm going to say, you know what? I apologize, but I don't hold back how I feel about you. But when I speak in spirit, no matter what they say, I say what they say. How I interpret it, how I speak it, if it comes out wrong, then I'll apologize. But at the end of the day, I don't feel Sebastian is with us. And that's it. That's the honest opinion I'm going to give you. No, Kim, I understand that. I understand that. So if people weren't given love, how do you give love? You can't love someone if you don't love yourself, or you don't feel you're worthy. Understandable. I get that 100%. I really do. I don't disagree with you at all. I don't believe there's just something not right with after Texas Roadhouse. You know, I don't believe he took the garbage out that night. That's my thing. I don't believe he took the garbage out that night. Just like I don't, her trying to establish her little alibi and her timeline is what she's doing. So, oh, I heard a thud at 10 p.m. I asked him if he was okay at 10 something. You know, what are you doing in there? Go to sleep. I don't care what you're doing. And here's another thing that stood out to me, okay? And now that all this, these sex offenders and her family are actually denounced now, I just think it's strange now that she's gonna say in an interview, well, you never know what a 15-year-old boy's doing in his room. You don't want to just walk in there. That's not the first thought I have about Caleb. That's the weird thing. That's where now I feel it's really strange she brought that up. For me, it just coincides with the weirdness of each side of the family. Mary says, I think the timeline was like from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. She said the noise changed to a thud 2 times. Yes. Yeah. And he spoke of something about to do with work. So someone brought him. And I don't believe, just like Weirdfoot wouldn't speak of the details of what days he was at work in Terry Lynn's video. Think about that. Ask yourself why he didn't answer that one. I won't give you that. Just like I won't give you if I have cameras. You know, it's so transparent in everything you say. It doesn't matter what you tell the public. You already look shady as shit. And when I start swearing, I hate that part of that. But at the end of the day, sometimes that needs to come out in me for the seriousness of it, because you think you're dealing with a moron and you're not. I do know there's a red vehicle involved. Now, whether is that a, you know, SUV or is it a car? But when he explained to me, like, almost like move from this place to this place, that tells me they switched vehicles. I really was some of the KP's side of the family issues going on in the house. Oh, I do too, Kim. I've already said that. But, you know, for me, I got that it was Weirdfoot doing it. But it would be even more disturbing if she was in on it. Seth is going to be on Nancy Grace this week. Good for you, Seth. I am so happy that you're putting yourself out there for your child. Cindy, I did hear that. I don't know if they would be dumb enough to do that. I definitely believe Kafie. Oh, I do too, Sassy. That's why he's hopping on all these videos, trying to control the narrative, trying to degrade people, because he's such a little man. He's such a emotionally uneducated, narcissistic, schizophrenic. Like, he has, to me, he's got about 5 personalities, literally. Yeah, it's really weird. Now, I want to get to this picture. I would like to ask if this picture is Sebastian. Carla, God bless Sebastian. Hit them green hearts for Sebastian, everybody, if you're able. Or hearts in general. Love is love. Was the picture of Sebastian in North Carolina? Okay, let me ask this. Was the person in the picture of North Carolina Sebastian Rogers? Was it real or was it fake? Okay, well, I'm not going to mention that part, okay? Now, again, was that picture real from before? Was this an old picture? Or was this a current picture of him? Was that actually Sebastian Rogers in that sighting, in that photo? Okay, but I need an answer. Is it real or is it fake? Okay. I'm being told fake. Fake. So it doesn't mean that it's not a real person, but it could just be it looks like him, or they photoshopped it in a way. You can do anything with a phone. Look at all the filters that are on there right now. You can literally turn your face into anything you want it to be. I heard in my headphones, not him. Yeah, Cynthia, I got fake. But I also got another word with it, and I will be sending it with a person that I'm working with. I wish I could say it on here with you guys, but I can't because clearly Weirdfoot's watching. I don't think he was wearing the clothes she stated he was wearing. It confirmed its real picture, they said. I haven't heard that. Thank you, Mary. I'm giving you what I hear. It doesn't matter until it's definitive from police. I'm giving you what I hear in spirit. So if it's really him, then okay, does that mean it's a picture from before, or does it mean it's current? To me, I thought, wow, it does look like him. It does. But you have to ask yourself, if you look at Sebastian, his face and the boy's face in the picture, I'm being told, doesn't add up. The chin area square more, or like the shape of the chin here. People are talking about an eyebrow here, things of that nature. I do, if it was a picture of him, I do believe. And my question is, I'm not judging the person that took the picture because maybe they thought they were doing a noble thing. Could be. Why did you not approach that boy? I was told she was meeting family or something. But my thing is, it's a national case. Why not say, hey, Sebastian, is that you? Or who's the person with him? Walk up to them, hey, he looks a lot like the missing child, or such and such. That just doesn't add up for me. If I'm not understanding what crime footage means, that could go back to whatever is on camera at their house, in whatever area that all those lights people are talking about. I did take about 3 hours to look at it and go over it and over it and over it, and you do see something there. To me, I see 2 to 3 people on that video. Only time will tell exactly. You know, maybe they do have more footage of whoever that is inside or going in and out, or they have a license plate or anything and anything. Thank you, Kim. You know, but here's the thing. My grandson looks like Sebastian. If you put a pair of glasses on him, and he's only 3, that's the kicker. He's only 3 years old. He's autistic. But he looks like Sebastian. And I remember messaging my son. I said, I'm going to have a hard one with this case. He looks, I call my grandson Bear. And because he growls like a bear. And he's always, you know, trying to be funny and tough. But I told my son, I said, he looks just like Bear. Just put some glasses on him and he looks just like him. But a younger version of him. And I just think that it's strange. Here's another kicker. So the footage was supposedly taken in North Carolina. I'm assuming that's what they called it. Maybe Blue Ridge or something like that. I don't doubt that. But I'm doubting either the timing. I'm doubting that's even him. I'm doubting there's something that's not adding up to that. I do not believe it's that boy. But I've been getting North Carolina friend requests. One in particular I sent to somebody through Messenger, and we were laughing about it. And it sounded just like Weirdfoot talking through Messenger. And I was like, and I know you know now, because now I'm going to say exactly what was said. You know, oh, you know, please do tell me if this isn't a fake profile. Send me a video of you saying my name and things like that. And not in a perverted way, but in a way like, I want to see your face in a video, say my name on my Facebook. I barely know you. All right. I'm originally from North Carolina to such and such to such and such to such. And I'm like, okay. And I put laughing emoji and I put, hi, Chris. They have video from the visitor. Okay, yep. Now they're saying that the house is going up for sale in June, since it doesn't have, yeah, of course it's going to go up for sale. They don't want anybody in it, because once it goes up for sale, they would have to get, it would be harder for them to get in there to get dogs. All of it is on video from Park and $25 grandfather's mountain park. Yep, I'm aware of that, dear. As of last night, he has a voice changer. Oh my God. I can't. I just can't. Basically. But for me, I'm going to go with, I don't believe it's him. I do not believe it's him. Okay, L-E. L-E. What does that mean? He's not going to say our Taylor, because cowards, when, you know, they can't face what they've done, it's we just have to keep what we have to keep doing for Seth and Sebastian. Mary Moore, I do not believe it is him as well. I never thought it was him. They need to illumine all that whole freaking property inside and out. Their vehicles, that camper, anybody that is with the Weirdfoot family, they need to all go down. And then Seth needs to go behind them and sue anybody that was involved and have them arrested. So if there really was CPS calls to that house, if I was Seth, I would be suing because he wasn't made aware. Seth has more power than he thinks he does in this case. No, when you have small-minded people who do what they think is, you know, the most egregious things, they're not going to admit to it. They definitely did that sweet boy wrong. He couldn't go live with his dad, even though that's what the plan was, because then he would really tell his dad you know how many times he probably threatened to hurt his father? If you tell him, I'm going to hurt your dad, I'm going to hurt you more. Can you imagine the things that he told Sebastian? How many more times did CPS come? Or did Sebastian stop talking after CPS came and said, you can't tell lies like that? So they believed a person who abused his past wives, abused the past children, but didn't believe Sebastian. See, if I was Seth, I'd have their asses for that alone. I would be making sure CPS, whoever showed up to that house, is punished by law. Would you ask, did KP buy Sebastian new clothes and shoes that day? Yes, I will, Sassy. Oh, okay. Yeah, he sure did live in hell. Everybody's nose. Right under everybody's nose. Yep, you're right, Susan. Yep. Did Katie Proudfoot buy Sebastian new clothes the day they were out, as in Texas Roadhouse and places like that? No. I'm not too sure why this wall keeps coming up, but that is said again. Regina, I can almost bet you as well. I believe that too, Kim. There's a reason why. I want you to understand something. See, there's a reason why they would have wanted him to be barefoot. One, I want you to think about this, everybody, okay? Autistic children are very sensory to touch, whether it's their hands, their legs, their arms, their feet. Just imagine being barefoot, an autistic, in the middle of the night. He doesn't know where he's stepping. He doesn't like the feeling under his feet. He can't run fast because he's already having sensory issues. So that, for me, was that when they kept stressing, no shoes, no shoes, no shoes. Of course he didn't have shoes on, because you knew he'd have a hard time running, didn't you pieces of shit? You knew. You knew he would not be able to run that fast because he would have a hard time from his feet touching the ground. You knew that. It doesn't matter. And then you have to understand, shoe prints, you have the ability to take exact shoe prints with evidence, versus feet, where you can you're going to be more gentle as you walk, and when you run, right, you're going to be more on your tippy toes. You're going to be, if it's too cold or if it's too muddy, you're going to be very careful how you walk on something. So most people would do what? On their tippy toes or on their heels to walk through something. Just imagine, just think about what I'm trying to tell you here. Just imagine that. No child is going to be running in the middle of the night in cold weather or muddy weather or mud regular. They're going to run on their tippy toes because the feeling of it is going to be uncomfortable. Ask Sebastian what cardboard box means. Sebastian, what does cardboard box mean? The only reference I have to that right now was lake, L-A-K-E. Will you ask, did Sebastian leave on his own will? Sebastian, did you run away, sweetheart, by yourself because you were scared? No. Here we go with Paul again. We're mentioning Paul again. I know, I had to stop the comments so I could try to read some of them because I feel bad. You guys are all writing in great questions and I'm trying to read some of them so I can answer some of them for you. Did Chris ever make Sebastian eat duh? Okay. I'm going to ask because I think I heard that in one of the things someone sent me and I was so disturbed by that I almost threw up and I had to stop eating my dinner. I don't know, April. That's a good question. If you guys can find that out. Who was Paul? And we already went through who Paul. Paul to me is one of his friends, Chris Weirdfoot's friend. And that means something. You understand? When I get a name randomly, it's not that it's not this a coincidence now that it's said 3, 4, 5, 6 times. Yeah, exactly. You didn't like the sand in your shoes, so your uncle would carry you. Yes, April, absolutely. What is the boyfriend's name? Sebastian, or spirit guides, whoever can give me this answer. Did Katie Proudfoot have a different boyfriend other than Chris Proudfoot? Was there someone else she was having an affair with? Was Katie having a relationship with anybody named Paul? No. No. Not by the name of Paul, no. Tammy, Sarah, please ask Sebastian if they caught him and put him in the basement. Was Sebastian put in the basement area? Was Sebastian alive when he was in the basement? No. Okay. No can just mean as in, okay, let me ask it this way. Was Sebastian put in the basement when he was murdered? No. But you see, Tammy, when you're asking this question, okay, what I see strangely, and this looks odd to me, so it makes me wonder if things were happening down in the basement to him. I don't want to say this too much, but it's almost like I can see feet running down in the basement, but I also see legs as well, like with nothing on them. So bare feet and legs. So this could just be a psychic impression of prior to, of something happening down in there. Quiet. It was more quiet down there. Also, Paul coming up again. That basement seriously needs to get checked out. We're talking about a place where he can go down into steps. Are you saying fall or Paul? Paul. Are we talking about Sebastian's home or are we talking about Paul's home? Oh, okay. Talking about Paul. Paul. Did you say slave or save? I don't know. I'm in the in-between about this one. We're talking about the person Paul and a basement and also either slave or save. I'm not understanding what this means yet. I'm sorry. Steps going up to bonus room over garage. I don't know what that is. Did Paul ever go to his house? Good question. Do they keep, okay, I'm going to ask that, Tina. I do believe that they moved his body, yes, but twice, as in the first time to set it there and the second time to move it away permanently. I don't know if she had a basement because we're referring now to, we're going right to Paul. So when I asked about the basement, I got basement, no. So when I asked if he was murdered in the basement or put in the basement, I got no, no. It was quiet, and then Paul, and then basement, and then also save or slave. I don't know what that means. So we could be talking about this person, Paul's basement. Paul was the one in California accused of sexually assaulting when he was younger. I'm not aware of that information yet. Sebastian is on the earth. Art Taylor. Have you asked Spirit is Sebastian or could be in North Carolina? I asked that question and I was told it's a fake. It's not like it could either look really much like him or it's like a fake photo or whatever it is to make it look. Oddly, it could just be accidental, like it looks just like him. But I also got something else about North Carolina that I'm going to speak with the person that I'm working with this in, because it's a very distinctive area. Very, 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 I've been there before. Ask if he slept in the garage that night. Believe that Paul could be related to CP. I got it that it was a friend of Weirdfoot, this Paul person. When I asked if he was made to sleep in the garage, I heard the word, I'm going to say it, even though I hate to say it on here. I just think it's a dirty word. Pissy. And then I also got the word hate in, hold on, I got it here. I wrote it down. And very cold. I will ask this again just because I'm not sure if you really gave me an answer on that. Was Sebastian Rogers ever made to sleep in Katie Proudfoot's garage? Chris Proudfoot's garage? Punishment. I'm assuming so. Because we're going to punishment, hate, cold, pissy, pinching, the R word. Ugh. I do believe now, yes. If I don't hear it, then I won't say it. I feel like I have to ask it, and if the answer is no, then I'm going to say no, regardless of how many times it's been heard. If Spirit doesn't tell me that, I'm not going to say a yes, but they say it is a hateful thing, a punishment towards him, pinching, cold, wet, pissy. It's a very disturbing thing to hear. Yeah. Is this Sebastian or his protective spirit? I have seen Sebastian smile, like a very, and when I see that, I get this warmness to me. To me, that's Sebastian's soul, because that's how he portrayed. I've seen children come to my son's school before. Some of them would have bruises on that would let me know that they weren't being treated correctly. Autistic children, to me, they might be going through abuse, but they still find a way to smile. It's a really awful, it's a really awful thing, because you know they're being hurt, but you also know they're being abused. Where's Sebastian's phone? Have you asked? No, I have not. I don't know those things. I didn't know he had a phone. So that's something I can ask, because it's new to me. I don't believe so, Sassy. I do believe, because when I was going through what I was looking at, the first thing I noticed is I felt like, oh, I knew I was leaving. I knew my soul was leaving my body. That was the first odd thing that I felt in this. And then the second thing was I was getting a vision of, I was looking up at the night sky, but as in through the psychic impression of Sebastian, because that's how I know it was nighttime, because the sky was dark, and to me it looked like I could see stars. And that wasn't the first time. The first time that I felt that I needed to leave my body, it was time to go, I also was looking at stars. So I do believe this was a nighttime thing, and this is when he was murdered, at nighttime specifically. Did Sebastian know in his soul something was going to happen that night? I don't know. I don't know. It's an awful thing to even think about for me. I could cry because it breaks my heart. I don't know, honey. I just know that he saw it happening. Bless all the missing children. That's right. I also got that there's flowers around him as well, specifically roses, and or possibly I wrote it down. Hold on a second. Flowers, to be exact. Just flowers in itself, but also the color red. Some flowers would be red or something like that. Yes, Summer's Army, you are 100% right. Sebastian, or Sebastian's guides, or my guides for that matter. What is the one thing that we can help Sebastian with to gain justice? We need to find this Paul. Whoever Paul is knows everything. Who is Paul? Go back to Chris. All right. Can you tell me Paul's last name? Did you say that again? Can you say that again to me? Just so I know I heard you the first time. Okay. Do you remember the name that I got the last time? Who remembers on here after I stated Paul? Can anybody remember for me? I just want to see how many of you can remember this. And you don't know, they don't know why, the neighbors don't know why the Ellie hasn't been around to talk to them. I just do feel there's something going on here that is really shady. I'll ask that next, Tammy. Not the Don. The name after that. Thank you. Not John, honey. Yes. That is a good, that I remember that too. Do you remember the word Ricks or Rick? Rick, okay. Now this could be Richards. Now when I hear Ricks, it could be for short for Richard, or Richards, or Rick could be an actual place. Like I know there's a lot of places that are named like Rick's, like it's a bar, or I've seen many places when I go to other places, it'll say Rick's Tavern, or something like that. I've seen one out of state before. I just thought, oh, you know, they actually do name their bars after themselves. Oh, definitely money is definitely involved. I always keep getting change of money, change of hands and money for 100% here. Roberts to me we have to do a I don't know if there is a Don Roberts that works at the sheriff's department anymore, but I got that the Don person was a sheriff before. April, I'm not sure, so please nobody on my volition go looking up this Paul Richards, because it could just be a person by Paul, and it could be a business that they work at or something like that. Don't go harassing anybody on my volition or anything. We are 100% responsible people. I have faith in all you guys that you do your homework for sure. That's what I love about you guys. But whatever you do, just don't go asking, you know, complete strangers, hey, are you such and such, and do you know who? You know, we don't want that, because we don't want to mess this up for Sebastian. Well, that's the thing, Tina. I definitely got that's weird. I definitely did get Roberts all the time. I had no idea. You guys know, you were telling me, I said it, so I corrected myself on here. I do believe it's that oh, wait a minute. It could very well be that missing person from North Carolina. Do you see the, and I'm wondering, I wonder. I did say it tonight. I probably did. You heard somewhere Don is the sheriff. I don't know who the sheriff is in Sumner County, but I do believe that there is a person named Don that is helping out the proud Weirdfoot people. There is a Jamie Roberts missing, that he's never been found. Now, I assumed this was him making his way into my live and trying to give me that sense that he's around. But I also think there's a weird connection here. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Jamie Roberts is from North Carolina. Do you see the strangeness in the circle here? Sebastian supposedly has a picture. So he might be actually in my live. I did get it in a specific area tonight on this live here, and it's a very specific area, and that could honestly be where he is, and he's telling me in that manner. It's kind of weird. He's not searching, but brings up billboards. I am not sure how much they cost, but can't be cheap. It is weird that he keeps bringing up, because you know he didn't pay for it. Why hasn't the Weirdfoot family put up any money for that boy's reward? I mean, God forbid if he's ever found in the area that I say, you're hearing me, I forfeit any reward. I don't take rewards. Okay? Yep. I did say that. Ask yourself, how is the mother and father traveling here, traveling there when all this is going on, but nobody is giving up any money for Sebastian to, you get, oh, talk about a donor. Not sure what the donor had to do with anything. Does anybody know who the donors were? Who are the donors we're talking about? Why are we talking about the donors? I'll look into that, okay? Sebastian is in. Did you exactly ask if Sebastian is in North Carolina? No, I did not, but I will ask. I'm not sure, hon. I mean, I assumed that the FBI could just, okay, take over the case, because if they, FBI has jurisdiction. I don't know. They have, if they walk in and have jurisdiction, I assume they have jurisdiction, right? I don't know. Can you guys look it up and see what is the protocol for FBI to have jurisdiction over a local sheriff's department? Jan. Okay. So Roy is the name. Wait. What's the name for Ralph? I mean, what would be the nickname for Ralph? FBI has to be asked to come in. Thank you, D. White. Thank you for clearing that up for me. If it crosses state lines. Okay. Yes, I am. Can you ask who Hannah is? He keeps saying her name in different... But didn't I get Hannah on here as well, oddly? I'm pretty sure he said Hannah. I'm pretty sure I wrote it down, actually. See something, say something. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, love. Yes, I'm going to get to that. Is Sebastian in North Carolina? I'm being kind of like beat to the punch here. Now, I swear I just heard you say Tennessee, but can you just, I'm going to ask again just in case that I didn't understand. Is Sebastian in North Carolina? Okay. No. No. Crazy bunch. Sarah, I have a question. Is Sebastian on Earth or has he crossed over? Is Sebastian crossed over to the spirit world? Is Sebastian alive or is Sebastian passed on to the spirit world? I'm getting, that tells me he's in the in-between. Are you saying he's in the in-between? Between this world and the spirit world? What do you mean? He's stuck. Okay. Is there any way that someone can help Sebastian get to the other side? Is Sebastian alive? Okay. Is Sebastian passed on to the spirit world? So when I ask if Sebastian is passed on in the spirit world, I hear no. If I asked if Sebastian is alive, I hear no. And then I hear he's stuck. So that's telling me he's in the in-between, between our world and their world, which is typical for something like this. I don't think he even knows he's passed on, to be honest. Yes. I really don't believe he knows, he understands that yet. Yeah, and the problem with that is who knows how long it's going to take. No, I don't believe it was unexpected. I believe it was premeditated murder. I said that in my last live. Thank you, honey. Is Sebastian by a church? I'm going to ask that one more time. Is Sebastian by a church? Okay, so when you do this, okay, I'm gonna show you what I'm seeing. Can you correct me on what I'm seeing? Can you guide me and where is this? That's the one thing that keeps coming up as well. This number 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. 7 is like it's the number of creation, first of all. And when I noticed in the cases that I've done, for some reason, I will always pick up on the number 7, and they mean something. Just like it came up in Savannah's, and 7 came up in several different ways. 7 came up for Maddox. 7 came for Molly. So it's strange that it's coming up for him too. Is there cement on top of where he rests? That's a good question. Where Sebastian is there cement over Sebastian's resting place? Is he encased in cement? I'm hearing the word frame. Frame. What do you mean? Hole. There's that hole again. Now a hole could be a hole in the ground. It could be a well. It could be those little strange waterways on the sides of the road that go in. Hole can mean just a dark place they have him hidden somewhere, in a pipe, in something that they have hidden. His birthday. But I also don't believe it's just that though, honey. Lori, I don't believe it's his birthday. It's just, I think there's more meaning to it. I don't get that either. What does your home have to do with you being rich? You could still live at home. I mean, you want to be at home when Bubba comes knocking on the door, right? You want to be home in case he shows up there, right, Katie? No, you don't want to. You don't want to be there in case someone shows up. And you know what I'm saying. You don't want to be home when warrants are knocking at your door. Yeah. Good question. Can you tell me whose pants those are that were found? Okay, I figured that. But who put that? I think is Okay, question. Can you tell me, I gotta ask this. Where, okay, can you tell me county Sebastian is in? What county is Sebastian Rogers in? I'll, this is the thing, okay. I will state, are there any places with R's in Tennessee, counties with R? No, they were not Sebastian's pants. To see you, honey. It's the, I think it's just from being on here, it takes so long, I guess. Sometimes it lags. I do know if you go in and come back out, if you go out and come back in, I know that helps, but I don't like to tell people to do that. Rogersville, okay, are those the only two places? Robertson County. That's a good one. I'm asking this for a certain reason. Rogersville. Rutherford. Okay. I can see all your comments, so I'm not aware that you guys are being buffered. I can see everybody on here still giving me comments, so I'm not sure. Wonderful, demonic. Okay, bye. Thank you. That's how you know when people are scared, when it's I'm demonic, I'm talking to demons, I'm this and that. Ugh, I've heard it all my life. Get over yourselves. Rickman. Okay, honey. No, honey, those were not his pants. I know, I don't know what's going on. Darlene, I don't know, I'm going to ask you a question, Darlene. It doesn't have anything to do, I'm not sure what it has to do with you. But I heard, if Darlene, if you're still on here, honey, can you just chime in really quick for me? There's a Robertson County. I know, I apologize, guys. Darlene, can you pop back on here? I'm just going to ask you something quickly because is he scared to become, I don't, there you are, honey. Okay, can you, I'm going to ask you a name. I feel like this is a name or a place, but as soon as I saw your name, I heard this word. What does P-O-W-E-L-L maybe? Can you tell me what that means for you? Or do you know somebody by that name? lagging right now because to me, I know. I definitely know. There we are. Yeah. Jackie, I can't stomach. Am I back on, everybody? Hello, hello. Hello. How are we doing, guys? We're back on. Okay. I'll wait for Darlene just to see if she can answer my question quick. Still get on here on us. It's very specific. These could just be random. Are you guys good again, or are we not? All right, everybody's back on. Thank goodness. Oh, you know. Okay. Wonderful. I think we're good. Are we good? Goodness. Okay. It is. I'm sorry, Serenity. Okay. I heard the video, if you guys go back and watch it, there was something right about him, so to speak. Darlene, if you're still on here, I would like to ask about Powell. I'll wait for you to get on here with that. The messages are going up really fast and crazy. I will get back to that with you if you want. But I want to say, while you guys were frozen with me, Laura, I will do the question. I got several things with you guys in personal matters, or it could have to do with just random spirits coming in. So first thing I heard was Patty. Powell, Tennessee, Geneva. Okay. Okay. So Patty. Also, Stillwell. Patty, Stillwell, Caldwell, Steele, River, Give. Those were the things that were being said to me as we're going through this frozen episode of ours. What is, okay. Chris keeps being mentioned, so he's on here messing with something. My Aunt Patty passed 2 years ago. Steel factory, okay. Steel and well. Those were words, but I got it as a name, so Stillwell or Steelwell. Yeah, sometimes it could just be the interference with everything around me, unfortunately. When I usually do my lives in my office space, I do it from my computer. So sometimes you probably will have a better live that way. It's just, this is my last weekend doing it from my phone in my vehicle. Yes, they do. Oh, I didn't think of that, Mary Moore. Kathy, I wish my mom would message me. Chris, where is Sebastian? Where is Sebastian, Chris? R. Taylor. There is a mail here that keeps coming through saying your name. Just the Taylor itself. Also the name Chris as well. So that could just be Chris is watching here. She probably picked up in the service. That's why, like the three-way call to police. Not yet, Kim. I'm just assuming. He only ever really pops on here when we talk about his mom. You ever notice that? Tina finds dimes. You believe it's from your grandma? Sure they are. I find feathers most of the time. Just random, or they'll just randomly speak. Much better. Okay. I'm not sure what was going on. Is someone interfering with our live chat, Spirit? Oh. Being told Chris. Chris. April is going in. Chrissy. She's calling Chrissy. Will see Chris Crawford's mom go to jail. Will they link her to any crime for Sebastian? Will police link any crimes from the Proudfoot family? I'm assuming it's they paid in cash because I see cash. They weren't dumb. They paid in cash. Your daughter passed in January. I'm so sorry to hear that. Message up for a review. Oh yeah, definitely. These messages are going so fast. I'm sorry to whose I miss. Fat getting a new voice changer. Oh gosh, that's sad when you have to go that far, when you have to get a voice changer. Can the Ellie be bought for a price? Oh, I'm sure. That's not to say everybody. That's not to say everybody, no, but... Oh, Sarah, you better run. No. Let's see. Let's see. I'm just trying to catch up on your messages. Sebastian, are you present with us? I bet. Let's make this crystal clear. Yeah. Let me break it down for you. I'm not going to go tit for tat. It's so redundant to keep hearing him repeat himself. It's like he has to speak and speak so he can hear the sound of his own voice. It's really sad. Oh, I didn't even see the message anyway, guys. He has to scare me in order to bother me. It's really sad he has to go that far. That's right. Sebastian's army, 100%. You're going to have to get over yourself, buddy. Maybe you'll trip and hit every rock on the way down. Yeah, I can be a little mean, but I want to be. And I can't wait. I don't even know. I don't even, it just might be my eyes ignoring the pathetic message because you don't bother me, sweetness. Is Seth new person in charge for good or in charge good or bad? I can be a You're definitely not scared, sweetie. I grew up a long time ago. I had to take care of myself as a child, sweetness. And I can tell you, I sure as shit ain't afraid of you. Or your wife. Or anybody in your family for that matter. Daisy, it started when I was just a really honestly small child. But I'm not the only one like this in my family. Yeah, it's really strange that, you know, Sebastian's case and Summer's case, just don't understand it. Who is going to... I will ask again because I swear I heard what you said, but I'm going to ask you again. Who will confess to Sebastian Roger's disappearance? Chris? He's going to fold like a little cupcake right in half. Summer's Army. Yes, ma'am. Oh, but you know what? You have to remember, Katie looks like the victim, but I'm sure she's tough-skinned. He grew up in a he does no wrong environment. So that's why he acts so childlike. He acts so, anything he does, mommy will take up for him and fix it for him. She has to hide his indiscrepancies, his poor behavior, his poor mannerism. Versus Katie, who grew up in a place to where she was surrounded by perverts, sickos. So Katie had to grow up a long time ago. I do believe Katie has tougher skin. I bet you, I guarantee you, you know, the whole, I'm tired, that's why I'm so mean, I'm exhausted. Yeah, you probably don't want to close your eyes because you never know what you're going to wake up to pounding on the door. Ain't nobody scared KP either. Definitely not. It's like, I have no words. Do you see me bothered at all? From Oklahoma. Well, hello there, Oklahoma. He's only entitled and arrogant because he was made that way. And you know, I gotta say, I don't know if it's his stepdaddy or his real father, but he gives me pause. There's something off about him. I wouldn't doubt if there was something going on with him and his father. Think Katie could do something. You know what? I asked a question of, did Katie drink? Because I felt like Katie has something wrong with her in the manner of where she drinks alcohol. Now, I don't know if it was an egregious amount before. Maybe she was an alcoholic before, and that's what I was picking up on. But to me, I feel like Katie was a heavy drinker, and that's why I asked, did she drink at Texas Roadhouse? You know, because here I'm thinking, okay, something happened to where maybe she drank a little bit too much and she gave him too much medication, but I don't believe that to be true now. I do believe that she drank a lot of alcohol in her time. They both drink together. Okay. Is Tony Mathis, Seth, new PR person, corrupt? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I understand why he's there, because as you can hear, Weirdfoot, you can't have a conversation with him because he's so lost in the sauce. He's so, you're going to listen to me and nothing else. So you kind of have to, okay, should I have someone talk for me or do I talk to this moron? Because he can't have a civil conversation. So for me, that in itself, I could understand that. But at the same time, you want to work together. The only one that's being selfish and inconsiderate and a spoiled little baby is the Weirdfoot family. Why? Because you know. Seth hired him, I think, because he has no choice. You have to understand where he's coming from. Seth has tried to get a hold of him. He doesn't answer for weeks at a time. Emails, he doesn't answer his emails. He doesn't answer anything unless it's public, because, you know, he's got to look publicly like he's this big Billy badass. And when really he'd fold like a pretzel in half. He's this hard ass in public, but on the downside, he is no prize. He would punk down real quick. That's the thing. And he wants everything public, so Seth looks weak and incoherent, and he looks like this character of power when really he's just a moron. So I think Seth doing that, I think he's really trying hard, and anything and all the things that he can do to find Sebastian. Is that guy shady? I'd have to see it. I'd have to see him speak or in action, the way he reacts or behaves, in order to feel that way about him. Or I could just ask Spirit too. I mean, KP is straight up out of Kmart. Yes, he needs to control. Yeah, it's really weird that the cops aren't saying anything about him going on anybody's lives. Why are you doing that? You're making your... TBI doesn't want me to talk about certain things. But that's all you've done, you big mouth. All you've done is talk. You've made yourself look like an egregious character. You just don't know how bad you look. And I really believe you think you look great. That's the more sick part. Oh, I think Katie could take Chris too. Oh, I really do feel that way too, Bub. I really do believe that too, Bubbly. I feel it was all about comfort for her, and that's it. Sebastian will always be the man that Chris never was. He hated that boy. Like, the HIPAA law is such a bunch of bullshit. It's such a bunch of crap. Yes, it's not okay to spout the medications he was on if it's not Katie or Seth. I understand that, because I do. But at the same time, he's also made it sound like he can't discuss anything, but he can discuss anything and anything else about a case that he's more or less just... He is making it to where evidence is going to be lost. He is deferring the investigation on purpose, and so is Katie. He must be gay if he eats seafood. You know what they say about real homophobic people? What's the agenda behind someone that is so hateful against gay people? You're gay yourself, and you're trying to portray something that you're not. So, Chris, you must be undercover. I'm going to say how I feel. You brought that out in me. I'm going to show you what I can do. Yep, I do believe that. Yes, ma'am. And gay people are fabulous. Yep, it's definitely projection. When you're that homophobic against somebody, most of the time, you're that way. Gay people are fabulous. I had a very dear friend. We were friends. I mean, I just love this guy. He had congestive heart failure. He died in his sleep. And he told me, you know, I want you to tell me when I'm going to pass away. I don't want it to be a surprise. I want you to give me a warning when it's going to come. I said, well, you know, you're going to pass away in your sleep and you're not going to feel a thing. And you have nothing to worry about because you're ready to go when you're ready to go. You're not going to stay behind. And his brother called us and let us know that he did pass away in his sleep a month later. Oh, loser. Oh, you're hurting my feelings. I'm laughing right now. Don't try so hard to insult me, please. Right. Yeah, I hurt someone's ego. Told you, when we talk about his parents, he's got someone popping on here with him. It's so funny. It definitely is. When you talk about mama, he gets offended. And all from his little old camper. He's got so much to say. Well, I'm calling you out, Chris. When you want to pop on here with me and do an interview? Since we're going to play tit for tat, cat and mouse game. Why don't you hop on here with me and I'll give you the hard questions to your face and to Katie's face. And I can tell you right to your face when you are lying. Pop on here, Chris. Do so. Answer the question. Name a time and a place. I'm calling you out. Since you're the big mouth all over the internet, getting in everybody's lives and YouTube videos and podcasts and whatever else that you try to get into, but you got time for that, but not for your stepson. I feel bad for your daughter. I feel bad for her as a child. That poor child has you for a father. Scary thought, scary idea. Please. Oh, he's been on every one I've had. He's been on every one I've had. Again, stop with all the chasing. Name a time and a place you want to do an interview with me, Chris. Do so. Come on. Do so. Let me know when you want to do an interview with me. You won't, because you know you can't. You're scared. You went up against Nancy Grace, the biggest pit bull, and you punked down from her. You lied and said TBI said you can't give any more interviews. TBI is not going to tell you you can't give any interviews. Just like they said they can't. No one can tell you you can't give a poly. You're a liar. Everything about you is a lie. It's so disgusting that you have to have such a lying way about you. Square up. Exactly. Thank you. I'm calling you out now, big bad. Let's go. Time and place. Let me know. But your wife has to be on too, because I want to see her lying ass try to get out of the questions I'm going to ask. Stop calling all these YouTubers out and all these podcast people out for being people of, just trying to make a gain. No, they're doing your job and his mother's job. So let's go. I'm still waiting. Give me an answer. You ain't got none. Because you're a punk and you'll always be one. I'll be waiting for that request. Open request. No matter what you say to me and I say to you, open request, because I'm a woman. I can take it. I can handle it. But you are not a man. You're a punk and you'll always be a punk. Come on here with me and answer my questions. Live in front of all of these people what you did to Sebastian, you and Katie. Because I can guarantee you, I'll know exactly when you're lying. And I'll call you out on every single time you lie to me. Waiting. Again, I'm waiting. You mess with the defenseless people. But I'm not that one. Right. What are you waiting for? You want to punk down Sebastian? Where you at, big mouth? Come on. Give me a time and a date. But you can't. Maybe you can have your mama come on for you and talk for you, since you're good at helping her, you helping her, and her helping you cover all your bullshit up. How many times did your mom pay people off? How many times did, oh, how many times did, now you're, I'm not even going to say that because I won't get into mentioning his child, unless it's something important, because his child is being mentioned. How many times? How many times am I going to ask you to pop on here, give me a time and a date? But like I said, your wife has to come with you, because she has to be woman enough to answer the questions so she can hear her son. Nothing to say, big mouth? You quiet on me now? Oh, he's switched up so many times on here. But as my husband said, I'm anticipating it, so don't worry about it. He's a coward. Oh, he'll change it and change it and change it. He's such a coward. When you want to be man enough to talk to me on a live with your wife, you do so. Until then, you shut your damn mouth. No one's talking to you. Okay? And the only reason why you're on here, because I'm allowing you to be. I want you to keep tripping up and setting yourself a hole, you dumbass. You definitely can't call him a man. Coward foot. Good one, Grace. That's my call out to you guys. When you want to be woman enough, man enough, do so. What are you afraid of? Sebastian's going to come in spirit and say something that you don't want to hear? You're a coward. Yep. Pedo foot. Yep, I feel so too. From what I hear, Chris, you've essayed somebody in your own family, you sicko. But yet you got something against gay people. You abused your stepson and your ex-wives. I know all about you. And I'm going to know a lot more about you when I cold read your ass. And then if you decide to come on here, I'll bring all that out here on live too. So you're dealing with somebody that'll take one time to put your ass in place. You don't know that side of me. And I'll be damned if I stop working on Sebastian's case. You might be able to bully Seth on YouTube and wherever you want, because you think you have him, you think you have him a vice grip, because he's depending on his son to be found and he needs you to help him because he wants in that house. So he's doing everything and anything he can not to flip out on you. You're just a coward. Yeah, he'll be someone's fifth wife in prison. That was a good one. I love that. Listen, if he's got a size 14 foot and he's not that tall, what happened in that gene pool? And you're picking on Sebastian? Funny. Haha, Sherry. Yep, I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting. You guys all heard me. All of you on here have heard me. I've given a request to speak to Tweedledee and Tweedleduh to come on here, since they like calling people names and degrading people, degrading a small child, degrading a father. I'm on here waiting for you. At your behest. Yeah, he's a coward now because someone's calling him out. Exactly. Yes, he is. Now, let's get back to some questions now that, you know, Mr. Weirdfoot has came on and went back off, and he'll be making another, you know, a little account again so he can comment something else. It's if he does, that's really strange. I dare him. I dare him. I will ask any question that I feel I need to ask. What'd you do? Don't lie to me. I'll know. Where'd you put him? How'd you do it? I mean, it's going to coincide no matter what. So, I guess. Yeah, Chris Pansyfoot doesn't want to play. Nope. Yeah, exactly. He's in the closet, but he's picking on people who are gay. Pfft. Gay people have a million times more integrity than you do, buddy. Did KP drug her? And it's probably exaggeration. Exactly. Like I said, he feels he needs to compensate something, so he, you know. Spirit, how long will it take? Whether this is Sebastian's guides, my guides, Sebastian himself, how long do you think it will be before Sebastian is found? Can you answer that for me? Definitely am not getting an answer unless I ask it again. That's funny, Regina. No, I don't use a spirit box. When I do my paranormal investigations with my team, I will go in, and my team can use a spirit box if they choose to, but I don't use it because I don't need it. Good one, Sherry. That's a very accurate. KP allowed CP to remove Sebastian. I believe that. Cindy, I do live readings on here all the time for the public, so I do have a waiting list as well, so this kind of diminishes the waiting list some for people to help them to try to get people to come through for them. Angel of Light, I do believe so. They did it as a hateful punishment towards him. It was almost like they were talking about coldness and urination. That makes sense, Sherry. Jackie, that's the point I'm trying to get at here. I believe he did. As in, what do you mean by that? Do I do readings on the living? I do them on my Facebook all the time for people. I do in more in-depth private readings for people. So it's like a one-on-one thing for people. I do groups. I do privates. I do a plethora of things. Oh, definitely. Abuse always escalates. You are 100% right. It never diminishes. It only gets worse. It only goes to the next level of just diminished capacity in that way. I can't keep hurting you this way because it doesn't seem to be affecting you that much anymore. I got to choose a bigger route to make you feel more or less than a human being. Absolutely, Kim. That's 100% right. Da, 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 da. Hold on a minute. Okay. I don't find anything wrong with spirit boxes. I do feel like if that's your main source of communication, you do have to be careful with that. There are energies that are not of the light that will try to communicate with you. They're tricksters. So you have to make sure you're dealing with the actual spirit in hand of the person that you're trying to contact, and or you're not being manipulated in that way. That's why I'm hands-free. You see nothing with me, because a medium is the instrument. We're the channeler. We're the person that communicates on the other end. Like I said, I do use them in my, but that's why I allow them to use them with me, because I'll be able to tell you if it's that kind of trickster spirit. My bodies will give me signals. No, Sherry, I don't believe that. A Ouija board is completely different. I do see what you're saying. It is a form of, you're allowing something in. You're 100% right on that. But a spirit box, you have the ability to shut it off and get rid. Where a Ouija board is, you could be opening a door and letting something in that's really dark and really bad, and it could be stuck with you for the rest of your life. Where a spirit box, if you're just asking questions, you can just get rid of things in a certain way, get rid of it, and never have it in your house again or wherever you have it. That's a whole different thing. I can say the work that I do, I will never touch one of those things. I will never touch a Ouija board. I will never touch one of those things. That is never a part of any practice that I do. I mean, there are people that use them safely. Do I agree with selling them in the stores where kids can just go buy them like a board game? Absolutely not. I do believe that is really a bad thing to just have out in the open for children. Hey, I want to buy this. Can I have it? Can I play it? No, it's not a good thing. I will not That's a no-go, 100% no-go. You have to be really, number one, you have to be really experienced. You have to have a clear mind. You have to be 100% grounded. And if you're a person of wandering thoughts and you're automatically going to put a negative, if you're going to put a negative, I just got a feeling there's a predator in the area. That could be a coyote, or it could just be someone wandering around the neighborhood, but I feel like I need to lock my door. Plus I live in an area where I'm smack dab in the middle of something, to where I have Indian burial ground, I have a creek at the end of the road, a cemetery over here, so I'm smack dab in the middle of activity all the time. But you know what though? I know someone that played with one, and it was like something was with them that just never left them, and they could feel it with them all that time, growing and growing, growing into an adult. And I told them, you know, cleanse yourself, get yourself energetically cleansed, you know, internal as well, in the manner of you having to do the work, not an external thing. I do believe Sebastian's glasses were taken from him for nefarious reasons. He couldn't see without them that great. And I do, that was another tormented thing that they would do to him, so he couldn't see. The night he went missing, I did see him looking up, but he had no glasses on. So that's another thing why I thought, okay, that's weird. But he was looking up at the night sky, and he was already on the ground. So to me, it was like he either woke from something, and that's when I had seen Chris Weirdfoot on the ground over him, and his eyes got huge, like he was surprised that he woke up, and he hit him with something. And I swear he hit him, to me, it would be the left side. And the fact, if I'm looking up from the ground and he's over the top of me, if it's the left side, Chris Weirdfoot would have to be right-handed. Yeah, he definitely knows. But you're all on here, and you could see I've called them both out to do an interview with me, to do live questions with all of you on here. And as you can see, Big Mouth 1 and 2 has not come on here to, yes, I'll do it. I will do it. They have not said it. So you either agree or shut up and sit down, as you tell people. I'm giving you your own advice. So where his glasses could be anywhere. They could be at the bottom of a lake, or just anywhere. I mean, glasses are easy to dispose of, I'm assuming. Oh, I know they would never. They're cowards. But they're on here tormenting the people that are trying to find Sebastian. I don't care what YouTuber it is. They're putting the information out for that boy. The landfill, Regina says. Sebastian, you know you're allowed to be with me as long as you want, as long as you are comfortable. You can tell me anything you want to tell me, and it could be the most happiest time. It doesn't even have to be about the bad times. You can tell me anything, and I'll be okay with that, okay? It does not have to be something that made you feel bad. You have me to talk to, and everybody on here everybody on this is a phone, Sebastian, and I'm sure you understand what a phone is, and I'm sure you understand what we're doing right now. But I'm telling you, all of these people on here are fighting for you. They're fighting for you to come home with your dad. You don't have to go to your mom's. You don't have to go to Mr. Chris's house. You will always be welcome here with me. I will never turn you away. And neither will any of these people on here. Oh, no, he's talking about Dad. What do you mean? No, we're not talking about... He's not your dad, honey. He's not your dad. He said Chris will. Exactly, Diane, exactly. The people that are putting the content out there, no matter how outlandish these things sound to people, they came from somewhere. Yes, it can very well just be the rumor mill, but you know what? There's a little truth in everything. There's a little truth into something. And is it hard to hear other people talking about Sebastian online to the father? I can only imagine what he thinks when if he's listened to these. It's not my intention to cause any harm or any upset to anybody, but I've done this now for well over, God, almost 15 years, almost 15 and a half years. And I am compassionate with each and every soul I work with. And it's not going to change with me. Well, it's Seth's job to have that, because automatically I want you to think about the way he's probably thinking. Seth thinks, well, I know my son's gone, and that to him might feel like I've given up on my son to be out there alive somewhere. I've given up on the positive goal of wanting him out there to come home alive. In reality, that's every parent's job to feel that way and think that way. But deep down, no parent wants to admit that when their child goes missing. Oh, I believe that, Cindy, because he's told me hatred, cruel punishment. Yeah, Seth is definitely a real father. And, you know, if anything tonight, everybody that's on here tonight, whether it's now or whether it's when we cancel this live off, I want you guys to go to your bedside or pray for Seth and send him good energy. No matter how you do it, send him good energy, protection. Because, you know, Weirdfoot family, who knows what they're up to or what they think Seth might find out and can't find out. So you never know if they plan on hurting the poor guy. So just instead of us thinking in a pattern of we know what's wrong, we know what happened, think of it this way. Everyone tonight, when you get off here, single out Seth and Sebastian in your energy healing, in your prayers. Send the door of opening to Seth. I open all good doors to your peace and health, and may you find Sebastian. And that's exactly how I want you to say it. Because when you put that much positivity out in the earth and the atmosphere, it actually changes things up. It takes enough of you to do it, though. Who made CP the angry person he is? I definitely think it was his parents. I definitely believe he was raised with a certain amount of hate. Remember, people aren't born that way. He was taught that. He was shown that. But I also think he had some to me, he was always a misfit of some way. He was always getting into trouble. And these are the kinds of things that people with severe mental illnesses have. That's most likely why he was discharged from the Army, because they saw his mental status dropping. He definitely is a narcissist for sure. I do believe he is paranoid. I do believe he has some sort of personality disorder. I do believe that's why he has issues with women. But I also think it has something to do with the father as well. He has no respect for women. Absolutely none. Um, I definitely don't feel I don't know what part of he was in Navy, Marines, Army, I'm not sure, but I do believe he was discharged for a reason of mental incapacitation. And that could be schizophrenia. It could be he was tested psychologically. I know you have to go through some psychological test at some point. If you fail it, you go home. I'm pretty sure. Darlene, hi honey, I'm glad you're back. Now, I'm not sure what Powell has to do with you. Powell, but that was the word I heard when I saw your name specifically. Now, I'm not too sure. He's definitely incapable of intimacy. But that also tells me that in the bedroom, and I'm going to say this, in the bedroom, he is a control freak too. He's also he has a problem in certain areas, so he feels less powerful, so to speak. He definitely has a personality disorder, but he also has an issue with other areas. And I'm going to leave it at that. April, wonderful. Oh, definitely. I would be ashamed he served my country. Can you imagine what he's done overseas to people if he went overseas? Or could you imagine what he's done to people on the down low? Ugh. I definitely wouldn't put it, you know. Oh! Oh, thank you, Jackie. Rita. Yeah, I bet. Starting to freeze again. I wonder why. Talking about Chris person. Definitely. I do believe as a young person, teenager, he was in a lot of trouble. Misfit, like, to the T. He was always getting in trouble, and no matter what he did, his mother took up for him. But I also think his father didn't hold back with the way he talked to people or the way he smacked his child or whatever, his son. They learn from their parents. For the oh, let's see. um he's definitely has a control problem that he's just had so much of it that he has this ego now. And now that people aren't listening to a word he has to say, now he's got to go find it elsewhere where people are going to be just so shocked by his demeanor. Uh, it's funny that he thinks he's tough. I got to say, I'm intrigued by that because he has no idea who he's dealing with. I'm trying to catch your messages. He is so predictable and transparent. Everything he says, it's, you know what he's going to say before he says it. I can only imagine the things his mom has had to pull out of her hat for him to keep him out of trouble. It's not his fault. It's this, it's that. You know, he wasn't treated right, or can you imagine the lame shit she came up with? It's disgusting. You know, that comes from somewhere, so. It would make sense. He gives me that feel. He gives me that feel of, but I also get he did 2 people in his family like that. Bye-bye. I mean, come on, Weird Feet. You haven't even donated to the poor kids' reward fund. I mean, who knows if it hasn't even been spent or anything. You just never know with the people that are handling it. I mean, wow. There's so much unknowns to this case. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes. That's okay. Police have to keep a certain amount of things quiet, and I understand that, and I don't blame them for that. But when you're using the TBI as I can't take any more interviews for you, Nancy Grace. I can't do a poly for you, Nancy Grace, because TBI told me not to. Why hasn't the TBI got on the news and state on their behalf they've never told us that? That boggles my mind some, I have to say. Everyone and anyone, please put Sebastian and Seth in your prayers tonight. Think of the most positive way that you can bring change to this case tonight and put it in your thought process. Thought process is like an affirmation. When you think a positive thought and you state it over and over and over and over again, it will become that positive state of frame. Chris did not do a poly. He did not do a poly. He did go on that woman's, I believe her name is Terry Lynn, and state he passed with flying colors, and then he took one for a TBI, and then he took a private one, and then he goes on and states he never said that, even though it's recorded on a YouTube channel under, I believe, a Terry Lynn. Yes, he did say that. Yes, he did. So he's definitely got to get his shit together. He can't remember what he said. He's so beside himself because he's such a liar. You're going to slip up at some point. None of them besides Seth took a poly. I can't speak for the mother, but who knows what's really going on with that situation. TBI has not even stated, you know, we never told Weirdfoot that he couldn't take a poly. We never told him he couldn't go in front of Nancy Grace. So I just don't believe that situation or what's going on there. He is a compulsive liar. He is the type of person that has to lie so much. He gaslights people so much, manipulates people so much. I just don't see the whole wow factor for a woman for him. I don't get it. What do they see in him? It's all in his face what kind of person he is. Either these women are broken in some way, damaged in a sense where they have trust issues and they just want someone to love them, and they will go to somebody that promises them something, which is awful. I know. Ew, Grace. It was gross. I heard that. It was so, but she did a amazing job. She put him in his place quick. Hmm. Anything you guys can do tonight, but just don't do it tonight. I want you to do it every single night. Make it an affirmation. Saying it so many days turns into an affirmation. Saying it one time is great, but when you say it over and over and over and over again, you're putting power to it. You're putting a, I guess you could say, a magical source to it, your own magical energy to it. Put it in a way to where you're making something happen for Sebastian, for Seth. That's my point. There's not even any, there's not like no updates here, Diane. There's no, yeah, I was too, Regina. Oh my God. It was, wow. There's nothing. Why haven't they gone on national news and said, we have not told him this. We are looking into this issue, why he's saying this. We want to know why he's taking the TBI's name and putting it out there saying we are telling him not to do this, or that. For me is strange. That in itself, Sumner County, that's strange for me. I definitely like this woman, Terry Lynn. I've never met her. I've never spoke to her, but I just think it's funny. She gave his ass on a silver platter. Like, she handed it right back to him. And he shut up. Everything, you're right. Everything is strange. Sarah is Sebastian at the Taylor Swift Park. I know. Why aren't they? That's my one question that I think is very pertinent and strange to this case. Why are they keeping everything from Seth? Why won't they even communicate with him? For me, that is very odd. I'd like to know what's behind that. Is there a reason for that? Or is it just because they're not talking to him because he has insurance policy on the young man, Sebastian? Like I said, I don't believe that would be a reason why, but that's just a thought process I'm having. Well, yeah, she cares. Anybody that cares about Sebastian is doing their best to find him. And the egos are flaring over here and over here and over here. All the content creators are being harassed by Weirdfoot and his family. They're just doing everything they can and trying not to be bothered by him. But you know what? You see how calm I am, and I'm laughing and I'm ha-haing with you guys and just asking questions, and that's the way you got to be, because Weirdfoot just, he can't handle the findings that people are finding out about him and putting it on the internet. That's why he's on here so much, trying to control the narrative. He doesn't want people to know he pinched Sebastian. He doesn't want people to know that he sprayed him with a pressure washer or called him the R word or abused him physically or the other way. It's so bad in so many ways. I can only imagine the secrets that Sebastian had to hide. You know, Lori, I hope so, but I also don't know why they're not stepping up and saying, we did not tell Chris Weirdfoot that he cannot take a poly with Nancy Grace. We did not tell him that he could not give an interview. He's making the TBI look like he has them in their pocket himself. He's doing that. So if people feel that way, that's from Chris himself making that assumption to people. Yeah, definitely, Susan. That's what the feel I get. Yeah, Gerber life insurance policy. Do you know how many people have that on their children? It's insane. That has nothing to do with it. He's the one going to find his son. No nights of sleep, missing work, probably, you know, how do you fall asleep during a polygraph? That should tell you his state of mind. That alone should tell you his state of mind. Well, thank you, Jackie. I know, that's so weird. Also, thank you, good point, Mary. Chris also stated they told him not to search because it will interfere with the investigation. How can you sit there and say, just it just sounds more moronic every single day. Oh yeah, that's why I think Seth was such a big force in his life. Like, I honestly am worried about Seth in the manner of, for his safety. Because you just don't know what moronic crap the Proudfoot, Weirdfoot family is up to in the dark, you know, because mommy has paid for his way out of things before. The cops aren't giving him any info, which I think is mind-boggling. That don't happen where I'm from. So can you imagine what his thought process is every single day? Why are the police going through the... Heather. Okay. I'm assuming Heather's the PI. Oh, who quit? Did someone quit? What team? Here. Lori, yes. I'm not sure. Heather is the PI, I'm assuming. Heather did quit. Okay, because I got Heather PI quit. Okay. Well, you know what's that's the crazy part. How is she getting trouble getting info? The call should be public record the day of he went missing. Any information that she needs to get in writing and paperwork should be public record, unless it's a criminal investigation. If it's not a criminal investigation, why can't you give the information? The PIs have a spokesperson. Sure. You can only, well, I mean, they have a spokesperson? Holy shit. They need to let that man speak because Weirdfoot just can't shut his mouth. She couldn't get warrants, she said. And you know, it's all to help Sebastian. And when you're turned away and turned away and turned away, you feel like you can't get your job done. That was the outlook there. And that's what I'm saying. Another thing, if Sumner County is not trying to, if this is just being treated as a runaway, then what's the harm in getting her paperwork? I don't think that's what it is. I think this is no longer a search and rescue. I don't think, you know, they got cadaver dogs, they've got whatever else going on, they're looking for a body. They don't want to put criminal investigation on it because, you know, they went on the word of Katie and Weirdfoot about him walking out the door, stepping off the porch and disappearing. How effing crazy is that? Ask yourselves that. How crazy. Where I come from, if you give that kind of nonsense out, they're going to have your whole house surrounded in cadaver dogs, in forensics. They don't play where I come from. That just tells me, again, I'm not saying they're not doing their job, but there's something weird about this whole thing that, again, to me, this is like Summer Wells. Dear God, Summer Wells. We can't have another Summer Wells case here. This poor girl, Sebastian, those two need to be found. The neighbors were being asked about their behavior. Tells me that this isn't. Oh, absolutely. But why aren't they saying that? Why aren't they saying that? Because no matter what, even if they did say, we believe it's a criminal investigation, they have to prove it was a criminal investigation. Which means it could be anything. Someone abducted him. The Weird Foots took him and put him somewhere. They can't say it was Seth. He was on camera at work all night. And I'm sorry, you can sit here and say that Weirdfoot was at his job. Who says he didn't leave in the middle of the night? Who said he was really there? How do you know the alibi is right? How do you know it's not just somebody taking up for him? Everything comes into play. Yeah, I believe that too, Susie. I just don't get... And there was a some kind of interview with a sheriff stating nothing is off the table, but there is no proof of foul play. And in that moment when he said that, there was something about that in his voice that made me feel off. Something that made me feel not okay. So that told me something wasn't going to happen there. They're not taking it, either not, I don't want to say they're not taking it seriously, but I also feel there's just something wrong with that answer he gave in that manner. He doesn't work Sundays. I do believe he came to the house that night. I do believe he helped get rid of the body. They are suspects for sure. You did too, Kim, right? It was in that moment when he stated that very specific thing, his voice changed for me. It was just really, it almost made me feel it had something to do with Chris Proudfoot. Weirdfoot. I do believe he was there. I do believe. Leave Sunday night. Yep. And for someone who was waiting for her Bubba to come home through the front door, you know, sure took off very quickly. And my thing is, why are you letting them leave the state? Why are you letting them leave the state? That would be questioned. That just, there's something that has to do with the mother, friendships going on in the police department. Well, I'm going to say police, but sheriff's department. Must be her daughter. I think it's her daughter. I'm hearing daughter. Susie, can you ask if they picked him up that night? His truck wasn't there. In my last live, I was told that he was taken to what I heard work. I don't know what that means. It could be Katie's work, it could be her work. But I know he was taken away from the house that night. Dale walked out and didn't eat. What is this we're talking about here? Sorry, I must have missed it. neighbor said that he hasn't gone. He wasn't gone all February. Well, if you go back to the Terry YouTube, I believe her name is Terry Lynn. She asked him about that, and he said, well, I'm not giving you the dates I was there. Well, why not? Why can't you just state when you were there? Why can't you give the exact time when you were there? You can't, for a reason. Because you don't want to displace your timeline. Craft and crimes. Yes, I will. Hold on one second. I'm going to ask both of those questions, ladies. So, did Katie and Sebastian pick up CP that night? Did Katie and Sebastian pick Chris up from work that day? No. No. Nope, she didn't pick him up from work. That's what I'm being told. Because surveillance is going to prove otherwise, and then he's going to look like a big fat liar. Yepper. I believe he left in the middle of the night somehow. Chris Proudfoot was seen on the restaurant. Something about there wasn't something on the menu. I think Chris was at his mama's. Because I don't pick him up there in the house at the very moment. No. Let me ask that question, though. I don't want to forget that question. Was Sebastian brought to Chris's mother's house? What do you mean? They're saying the word stole, like stoled. What do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean, honey. I'm sorry. I'm hearing stole case. Stole case. Was Sebastian hidden at Chris Proudfoot's mother's home? I'm hearing the word Katie. What do you mean, Katie? Did Katie take him there? I'm going to tell you what I hear. When I asked, I hear stole, case, Katie, fresh, grave. Was Chris at his mother's the night Sebastian went missing? No. Is Sebastian, let me see, is Sebastian buried at a cemetery? No. Where is that? Oh. Okay. Is Sebastian by Taylor Swift Park? No answer. Did Paul Dia or Chris Proudfoot, or did Chris Proudfoot borrow Paul's car? Good question. Did Chris Proudfoot borrow a car? There's the noise again. I'm hearing the noise where I hear the car pull up. I'm gonna say car, but I'm just gonna say, I should just say vehicle. You ever just push down on the brakes and you hear that, like that car, the vehicle stop? That's what I'm hearing. Whose red car? Or whose red vehicle, I should say. Chris. Something to do with his mom. Chris and mom and red vehicle. Chris' mom is red. And ask Reggie. Okay. I'm sorry, honey. Patty, I didn't see your last comment. I'm sorry. Or you can ask it again and I'll pay attention. I'm sorry. I try to, when I'm listening, I try not to look at the screen so I don't get distracted. Was it a red Jeep? So when we say red Jeep, right? I'd like to see a picture if anyone can get me that Jeep, because I see a red vehicle. But it doesn't look like a modern, I don't want to say modern. I don't mean it like that. I'll ask that question, Grace. Give me 1 second. It has like a specific shape. Your Jeep is a certain shape, right? But the older models have a specific shape to them. I'm trying to say that. I'd have to see it in order to understand what I'm trying to say. It's a 2-door or 4-door Jeep. I don't want to say a hatchback. I can say I've seen it, I believe, before. Just like in general, the make of it. You know, I'm trying to explain it. The shape is not. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna come back on here with the picture of it, and I'll put it on my son's iPad, and I'll show you the picture of what I'm trying to show you, what it looks like to me specifically. Sherry, good example, because I kind of see like a box look to it. I will say one thing. Woods is there are woods involved. Yes. Mary, yes. So you guys know what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to explain it in a way to where I can explain it in the right manner. It's hard to. I've been through 10. Get blurry, no point. What city? I heard there was a vehicle at the house without a license plate. I do see this red vehicle on some sort of highway, and you can see the big sign to where it's like telling you it's go down this exit. You know, like when you're traveling, it says take this exit to such and such. Sharon, it's kind of like that shape. That's a good example, yes. But the thing about it is why they put him in two different, it was kind of like get to a certain checkpoint, you get to another vehicle, and that's the vehicle he was left in and put somewhere with. I'm gonna pull up like a picture of like a what it could look like to me, and then I will post it here to you guys so you guys can it's kind of like you guys get the idea of what I'm saying. But most of you look like you sound like you know what I'm talking about. Yes, like a handoff. Yes, yes. But I don't think he was alive at the handoff. That's the thing. They needed to get that. They needed to get it taken care of swiftly. So, you know, there is no catching on. Yes, that's the thing. To me, I do believe Mom knows a lot of his friends because they would have either grown up together, helped each other getting a job in that manner. So it's kind of like he's got to be close with his mom to tell her all this shit. So therefore, she's got to know the people that he talks with in that manner as well. Mary, that's a good question. No, nothing at all. And why would they? They're going to make themselves obvious. I mean, Big Mouth already has. Katie, she hasn't said anything, which makes it even worse. Oh no, you know, like I said, all that hot talk, but they won't agree to come onto my channel and be questioned. Keep on. You notice when we talk about his mom, here comes the question, here comes the nastiness. Boy, oh boy. Can you imagine? Oh, he already went. Got him gone. But then again, Jeffries. Weird foot, you mean? Oh, yeah. That's what I mean. They're on here making these foolish little childish comments like a playground bully, but they won't agree to come on to speak to me in the manner of questioning. Oh yes, I did want to get back to that. Thank you for reminding me, Dana. Ask about the cell phone, if it's in the woods too, or where. Does mom have his phone? If the cops can find the phone, it may be trackable to a certain point. Okay. Where is Sebastian's phone? Did someone take Sebastian's phone? I'm assuming this symbolizes the police. I'm being shown like handcuffs again on the wrists. That tells me they're saying police have items. Could be being told tablet. I mean, I don't know if he owned a tablet, but I'm assuming, I'm just going to say tablet because Lori says yes. Didn't second generation uncle have his own landfill? Could his dump truck be what Ellie is? Garage truck. Yes, he did have a tablet. Okay. But the thing about it is when I ask that question, I see handcuffs. So that gives me pause of, what could that mean? Either they're telling me that Chris's name is being mentioned again. Either they're telling me that the police have this information, like his items of some sort, or what does that mean? I see handcuffs again. That's the second time I've seen, but that could just be my symbolization for police. He had a switch also. Okay. Seth had the tablet at his house. Oh, I'm sure the police have it by now then. That's what he must be referring to. Police do have them, yes. Okay. Angel of Light, what was going on in neighbor's security camera footage at 3 a.m.-ish the night Sebastian disappeared? What do you mean? I'm being told a trick. Is that a trick question you're saying? It's almost like I'm being told a trick, or like if that to the person that just asked that question about the cameras. I'm not sure if you were trying to trick me with a question or if it was cameras. But I'm being told establish. So I'm being told to establish the right angle, the right area of the house. It's like being portrayed not to be the area that they're stating, if that makes sense. Is it the same video that they were calling the flashlight garage trucks video, Katie? And oh, about the garage, was there a struggle that night? No, that light, that wasn't the trash truck. I definitely did not get that. That's why I was kind of like not understanding why they would put that and say that was a trash truck. I don't think that was a trash truck. On the garbage truck per se video, there was something the way on the top that you hold on, I'm gonna put that back, blew up and there. Yes, it is. Talking about the flashlight video. Remember the flashlights, if you zoom in, it looks like a fight. Well, for me, I was being told trick. So whoever answered the question about the camera footage, I wasn't sure if Spirit was telling me they were trying to give me a trick question. So I knew to answer it correctly, or to establish the trick of the area to where the angle of it is not really where it's supposed to be. It looks like it the opposite way, if it makes sense to what I'm saying. Yeah, to me, when I overlooked that video, at first I didn't catch what I was looking at, because I was paying attention to the light, and then I'm looking, and okay, I want everybody to go back to that video when you leave, if you have time tonight. If you don't, it's understandable. Go back to that video. You're going to see up close a woman's face. To me, that's Katie. And I will also put that picture up on my next live as well. You are going to see exactly what I'm talking about when I show you. I wasn't sure if they were telling me to establish the area because it's like a trick question of some sort, or was it in the area? It looked tricky of some sort. The one, wait, what? The one, some are hearing a voice. Her hair wasn't a bun. And that's what I saw. But if you look at it from a certain angle, you can see a face, a whole woman's face. Yes, but you could also tell it looked like somebody was hitting somebody as well. If you all go back and look, when it's drawn over with the yellow, you're going to see up close, this is, I believe, like mid-video, I can't remember, but you can see the face turn this way to the side, and you can actually see that it's a white woman, a Caucasian woman, and you can see Katie's face. I believe they were both hitting him. That's the thing. I believe they were both hitting him. Yes, Jackie. The video had no significance. At first I thought so too, because it took me a minute to understand what I was looking at. You don't pay attention to the white part. You look in the blackness and you're going to see the shapes of the actual people. Yes, Mary. Yes, that's the very person. J for just, is it J? J is for Justice has that video broken down, and she describes it perfectly. You can actually see what she's referring to. Exactly that person, that content creator. Yes, that is the person. J is for Justice. Go look at her page. She did a phenomenal job. She is awesome. Yes, she did. That's the person who has the video that I saw, and I'm like, okay, there it is. It's right in front of you. I was mistakenly looking at like, okay, I don't see what you mean, but then I did. It took me a minute. It really does show that. I saw 3. I didn't see 4, but I only saw 3. I did see 2 people hitting something, hitting someone. I definitely saw that. I watched it one time, but I kept trying to, okay, I need to see it from a different perspective. I need to put my eyes, like I'm not seeing what people are saying. Then I realized, oh, I'm looking at it wrong. Yeah, you saw 3 people too, right? Yeah. But I mean, yeah. And the last live I did, I had such a migraine in my head that I couldn't move my neck, and it went into my shoulder. And it was right after the last live I did, and it hit me hard. And I felt lethargic. I felt dizzy. I felt drugged, to be honest. I felt drugged. I kept saying it in the video as well. I feel drugged. I feel lethargic. And then it carried with me afterwards, and I felt like that for 3 days. I felt that pain. Yeah, when you focus in it, you're going to see it. Yep. I believe her name, if I'm remembering, is J for Justice. And she breaks that video down to a T. And like she said, don't focus on the light. You're going to see exactly what you need to see. You'll see the shapes of people, and then you will see a face towards the end. Yep, that's the person. Right, focus on the shadows. Any cars coming up or going that night? Grace, I'm still trying to, all that talking they're doing, and I'm still trying to, as you guys are my witnesses, all of you that are on here, I'm trying to just be like, okay, come on here. If you got questions and you got so much to say, Get your asses on here, the both of you. Not Chris is just his big mouth, but Katie too. And yeah, I definitely got really, really hot. It was really strange. Just like the other day, I was looking at his picture and I try to go through the emotions that I feel, what comes through, and my back started burning again, and my arms, they started burning. And I'm like, okay, that means something specifically for him. KP could get a deal. Well, when he's that confident saying the TBI says I can't comment and the TBI says I can't do any more interviews, if that is factual, which I highly doubt, why are they telling him not to speak? I'm really confused. Why are they helping him hinder the investigation? Because have you seen anybody from the TBI come on and say, we do not understand why he's saying these non-factual things, but these are things that we did not say to him? You have not once seen that. That gives me pause. Yeah, I got super hot. I was literally pouring sweat off my head in seconds, and I could literally just wipe it. You guys were seeing me wipe it off my face. Exactly. This all gives me such Why weren't the freaking Wells? Why weren't the Wells arrested? Think about that. This is the same county that investigated, the same people, TBI, investigated the Summer Wells case. Do you see the problem here? Do you think he's now because he thinks he is safe from crime? I think he thinks he's so protected that he could say whatever he wants. But you see, I'm going to keep digging, and I'm going to see who has what with who in the sheriff's department. And I'm going to make sure I put it out there, and it's going to be information that people can actually go look, identify, and it will be a factual thing, because I'm not going to say anything about a sheriff that is not factual. If it's there, you guys should be able to go find it, look for it, and see for yourself. So if we're dealing with people that are corrupt, I'm going to find out. And I'm going to find out which one. I'm going to find out who their names are and how are they connected to Chris and his little old mommy. And I'm going to take it from there. I can't. Again, come on my show. Come on my live. Stop talking to me unless you answer questions. If there is nothing else, stop talking to me, Chris. You're a weirdo. You are literally just a little man. Did they have a third call? I don't know what that means, dear. Let the dark come to light. Exactly. Cowards. Okay, so it's J for Justice podcast. She breaks that video down to Like, she simplifies that sucker until you literally see it with your eyes. Mary, I've already asked that question and I didn't get an answer for that. She is on YouTube, Grace says. Oh, he's definitely afraid, Sherry. CP said he pulled strings in the sheriff's department to get Seth a job, but Seth didn't follow through with the training. Did you hear that part? I believe I heard something like that, but I didn't know. You know, his voice is so annoying, and it's so, ugh. You know, you kind of block things out, I guess. But yeah, you know, try to pay attention to everything. Oh, that's okay, Grace. That should tell you how scared they are. Well, you know, when you're taught to be a coward all your life by mommy. Seth said he saw they were corrupt. Oh, okay. Yep, she definitely broke that video down amazing. Pay attention to this timing right now. 264.56. Pay attention to this timing and put headphones in, because I'm hearing somebody talk to the right of me, and that's usually female, but I heard quite a few words being spoken just a minute ago. So pay attention to this timing, and when this live is over, go back and see if you can hear anything. J4 Justice is a badass. Well, I loved her in her podcast when she was breaking that down. Amazing. You all are my witness. He's a coward. He can't face me. He won't answer questions, and neither will his wife. Because I guarantee you they're afraid of Sebastian coming on here and asking questions, talking. Well, this is a female spirit that was talking, and that's what made me turn my head. Usually if they say, usually when I hear them, it's inside. I hear them. It's like a I'm connecting with their energy, they're connecting with me. But this was a disembodied voice, which I still hear, and she's still communicating with me, but just in her own way, not with the way her and I would do it. So whatever that is she's a disembodied voice, which tells me she's still connected here some way. She hasn't fully crossed over. And how many witnesses do I have on here that Weird Feet family are cowards? When I ask them to come on, I have yet to hear, I will do it. It's for Sebastian. I will answer your questions. Not one yes to that. Yes. So Tracy, she technically is still earthbound because she's speaking to me in that sense. Now I can hear Sebastian clear as, or any guides, anything like that that are with me like that. That is like, most people think you hear them with your ears. You don't hear them with your ears. Ugh, he just repulses me. There is nothing about him that would be, I'm sorry, I like strong men that are, a real man is polite and kind and protective, and that ain't you, sweetness. It's all what my husband is. The name Kay comes to mind. Kay. Yes, ma'am. You heard a tapping sound? There are things you will hear in the video, or per se the orb that I spoke about earlier on. It came about to here and it dissipated out. Will you catch that? I don't know, but most people always catch my orbs in my videos or the voices you might hear. Someone says they hear Sebastian's voice in one of the, I think it was the first one I did, that they could hear him talking, but I haven't been able to go back yet and listen because I hear already in the time I'm in. Per se, the disembodied voice, she was speaking in a full sentence. Usually I'll get word by word by word. So she was trying to get something up quickly. Another, let's see. So I don't want to hear him say, oh, this woman, blah, blah, blah. You know, she didn't offer me, that you can't erase this. So I have proof that I asked you to come here and do a one-on-one with me, with you and Katie. I ain't got no problem asking the really hard defensive questions. I mean, I'll be respectful to you as long as you're respectful to me, but clearly you haven't shown me any yet that shows me you will just be derogatory. And I'll take it, because you know, if it has to do for Sebastian, I'll take that derogatoriness. But I'll tell you what, don't think you won't get it back. You just saw one, an orb. Goodness, I hope you're okay. Oh, thank you for noticing. You hurt my feelings. Next. Oh, is this Is this because we talked about your mom again? Or your crooked tooth dad? You can't hurt my feelings. Keep it coming. Again, you can't hurt my feelings. Keep it coming. Is that all you got? Keep it coming. Sadly, if this is all you have, it's sad. It's really sad on your part. Keep it coming with your fake response from your fake. You can't be, you can't put your real name up there, coward. Yeah, exactly. He really does act like an infant. And just think, he served in the military. That's who was serving our country. No wonder he got discharged. But he works nights, so that's why he can't help look, or he didn't know about another vigil. Nope, he can't stand it. I'm going to show that one, though. I'm going to show that one. You're popping on here, Chris. Where is Sebastian? Where's dearest old mommy? Where is Sebastian? You can't answer that? They definitely hate the truth. Oh God. It's hard to be that stressed over lying so much and hiding so much. You should go to bed so you can make money. Go to work. Because, who goes back to work after their stepchild is missing? Katie, pretty sad when you are powerful. Exactly. It is pretty sad when Katie allows a man to power wash her child. You lowlife. Cartoon names, really? Oh, yeah. Oh, but you know what they say about those guys? I actually was doing in one of my cases years ago. They say when they use cartoon names or phrases or pictures, they say those are pedophiles. Go look it up. It's a true fact. That's how they acquire themselves with the pedo community. God, you guys look so bad at no matter what you do. Keep it coming. Please do. You can't hurt me. Yeah, that's how he gets paid now, by going on YouTube channels and trying to, harass people. I guess that's what you would call it. Very juvenile, very childlike. I see where he got it from. I hope he's not in a crane on YouTube. I wouldn't doubt it. Wouldn't doubt it. How much does a pedo troll make? No doubt it's pedo weird foot. Where is the baby, Chris? Hey, Katie. I know, you know how I know you have no problem sleeping at night? Because you have no care that your baby's out there somewhere. You have no care. I just want to know how far you guys think you could take this and not assume that you won't be in trouble at some point. Why are you hiding behind a screen? Answer the question. Give me a time and a date. I forgot. You can't because you're a coward. But you know what? We aren't going to answer any more questions on their end because that's just taken away from our time. So anything that they write, just ignore it because no matter what, you're not bothered, I'm not bothered. I have all the details from them putting stuff up here, and they all have an address to it, by the way, so it's nothing that can't be looked into. I'll send it over to my cousin, my cousin's husband, who's in law enforcement, dumbass. I know. I don't know who Dolly is, but go talk to the other guy who you refuse to talk to. I know what I noticed is you're afraid of men. You're afraid of being talked down by two men. Yeah, I figured that much. The Navy let him go because he couldn't pass a psych eval. That's what they usually do. I see it this way. He's enjoying his time now. But I tell you what. See, I can't really say it on here. But he has no idea who I am. He has no idea what I could do. And he has no idea that I could make one phone call and I could have his whole world upside down. And no, that's not a physical threat if that's what you think I mean. Not at all. I don't know who Dolly is, honey. Oh, he's never going to get his daughter. He won't get the baby now. Oh, no, don't interact with any of them. Don't give them space on here. Dolly Vision channel? Okay. Hey, maybe you can ask your mom, the one with the horse teeth, to open her mouth and maybe help you out so you don't get the death penalty. I don't know if you can get the death penalty down there. You got horse teeth and snaggletooth. Since you're calling people here on here names, and you should really look at yourself. You should really look in your family tree, your lineage, sweetie, because horse teeth and gankletooth, boy, they made you a whole type of person, didn't they? I pray for your daughter that she never has to see you again. Dolly gets out and looks for him. Oh, okay, that's good. I'm happy that that person does that. The apple definitely did not fall far from the tree. When you do the horrendous things that you do to a child in their capacity that they did, Seth would have had some major jail time. You could have, I don't know the law down Tennessee where I come from. Do that to a child and your ass is going to jail. And you won't last a week in a jail where I'm at. And I find it very hard to believe. I smacked him one time on the buttocks on the outer part of his pants. Very descriptive. No, you did not. You hit him bare ass, and you know you did. If you can do that with a pressure washer, call him the R word, make him sleep in a garage, pinch him, you piece of crap, you whooped that boy. You whooped him. We all need to start trolling him now. That's what we need to do. We all need to start trolling him now. Go on any plate, go on anyone that he's on and just start trolling the shit out of him. Don't let him speak. Don't give him a capacity to talk. Don't give him an outlet. Troll the shit out of him. Sebastian talked about Faith. He said something about friends. He liked her, but they wouldn't let him be around her. It's very, you could just, it was sad the way he made me feel about it. He just felt really sad about that. And it was like he felt so alienated and he felt so, it's like a feeling of destitute he felt inside. He was really heartbroken about that he wasn't allowed to play with her. That I know he made me feel he was really sad about that part. Oh, yes, yeah. Okay, so I need to ask a question. Hannah was mentioned, from what I'm understanding here. I'm pretty sure you mentioned it with me because I'm pretty sure I wrote it down somewhere. Hannah was mentioned. Who is Hannah to Sebastian? Who is Hannah, Sebastian? Or guides, who is Hannah? Call who, honey? Hand. Chris. watch, give, time, wrist, mark. I asked about the Hannah name, and it was like I needed to draw. I'm going to show you just because I feel like I just should anyway. So I got the word call, and then I had the feeling to draw a circle. I mean, this could mean I'm not sure if there's a person by that name missing. I'm not sure what the circle represents right now. I'll have to do more work with that. But I also got hand. Oh, thank you. You're just so moronic still. I just can't. You hurt my feelings. You hurt me. Just stop it, please. Is that it? Are you done? I have the word call and then the circle. Call in, okay, that could be like a person in a circle. Hand, Chris, Proudfoot. I also have low, send, watch, give, time, wrist, mark. Those several words are being stated right now. Hand again. Broke. Sever. Chris. All. Go. You notice Chris and Paul always come up together, right? I believe so, I did. Most likely. I'm not sure, Widow. That could be a possibility. He's speaking about the hand and broke. What kind of car or vehicle does Paul have? I'm going to ask you again. What kind of car or vehicle, I'm going to say car because car keeps coming to mind. What kind of car does Paul have? Does Paul have a vehicle? I'm almost getting a no out of the answer, but it's not a full no, so I'm going to go back to that question. I'm not sure. I did get hand, broke, but I also got sever as well. It wouldn't surprise me at all. It would definitely not surprise me. I'm not sure, but I hear sever, so sever could mean, not sure yet, to be honest. I did hear his hands are not in same location as the body. I'm not sure what you're referring to that. I didn't hear his body was put in different places. I'm not sure about that. Yes, she sure is. I'm gonna be shutting this live down in like 5 minutes, guys. I'm getting, I think hand was in the other one as well. Sever is new for me, but that came strictly with call. But the circle, I feel like it means someone in his circle. He called someone in his immediate circle. That could mean his immediate family, his immediate. And then we got hand, his name. Low, send, watch, give, time, wrist, mark, hand, broke, sever, Chris, Paul, and go. I have gotten things prior in readings that haven't come yet. I'm hoping that's not what it is, or Hannah maybe is a missing person. I'm not sure. Maybe you guys could look that up. I don't know. But Hannah was mentioned here because I wrote it down in the paper somewhere. I can find it. But people are saying he said that in Spirit Box 2. So I'm not sure what Hannah has to do with something yet. I didn't think of that, honey. Maybe it's a friend from school. Maybe he spoke with somebody at school about the things that was going on, and that's why the school took initiative too. Maybe one of the parents reported it as well. And Hannah could be a friend of some sort, and maybe he confided in her. It could be. It could be because I got this circle and the word call. So he might have been telling others what was going on. And maybe he said, please don't tell anyone. I'm not sure. I did notice the foot was, and I do believe I said the right foot. I can't remember what foot I stated, but it was like the foot. There was something wrong with the foot area. Also 7 o'clock is what he keeps telling you as well. Well, the 7 o'clock means something, so, well, 7 in general. It doesn't just mean it's his birthday, it means something has to do with the number 7. It could be when he's going to be found. It could have to do with the time he went missing. It could be anything in that moment. Well, when Chris is on here, Sebastian says more. Yes, I thought so. Did he have an aid or a para? I don't know. I don't think so. I was talking to a girl about school about putting him. He was, aw, poor sweetie. Paul is a cult? Question mark. That's come up a lot of in this reading, questions about a cult. I haven't heard or gotten that vibe at all. Okay, that's probably what the distinctiveness was, and maybe that's what his foot actually does, and we think it just looks that way in the photo. All right, my loves, I am going to see you again. Please, please, please do your energy work tonight for Sebastian and for every single day that goes by. Help him come home by just the energy you can send out. Okay? I know. I'm just keeping hearing that they're still on here. I can't even. You're just a joke. Good night, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for all coming, and thank you for supporting Sebastian and Seth. Thank you for supporting any and all channels that you can. Listen to them. I don't tell you, oh, just listen to me. I'm the all outright. No. Anything that can help find Sebastian, whether it's this person's channel, whether it's that person's channel, do it. Do it, because no one is getting the information out except for us. Be that army for him. Be there for his dad. It doesn't matter. Just be there. That's all you can do. I'm not sure, honey. Good night, everyone. I'm being told to talk about Seth again. Wreck. Whoa. I'm gonna say this two ways. Either Seth is being mentioned because he's a total wreck, he's upset, he's besides himself, or Seth is going to get in a car wreck, a car wreck in itself. Don't quote me on it, but I'm assuming Spirit means Seth is a wreck. Spirit is honestly and genuinely, like, I don't want to say worried, because Spirit's never worried about you. They want the best for you. What do you mean by wreck? Are you just saying that he's upset, he's distraught, or should we... Is this a warning he's going to get into a car accident? I understand that, but what do you mean by wreck? Do you mean a car wreck? Or are you saying he's, like, distraught? Heavy. Now I'm hearing the word heavy. So I'm hearing the word Seth, wreck, heavy, and Mick. Not sure what that means. It very well could just be that, something as simple as that. No one quote me on the car wreck. I feel it's as we all think it is. But at this time, I leave nothing to pass, because you just never know with these morons on the other end. You know, you just never know. So anybody that knows Seth, tell him to be careful, watch his surroundings when he drives. But I just honestly think he's just honestly a wreck. I think that's what we're referring to here. Yeah, I'm putting nothing to pass here. I just honestly think it means he's a wreck emotionally and physically. Honest opinion, but heavy. Also, the word Mick. Mick is obviously a person. Not sure. Everybody, you are welcome. I'm not sure. It could be an example of that. Mary, he could have found out wasn't Sebastian. Yes, I do believe that it's most likely that. Hasn't Mick spent, I don't know, not with me it hasn't. Not Mick. Not sure what that means. Woe, craft, in crime. Well, I'm very exhausted. I've been exhausted since the weeks I've started this. I've felt, yeah, Mick, Regina. Everybody surrounds Seth with energy of love and light and peace and, sympathy for him and anything that can help him get through this path and get him through this dark time. That would really help, the ability for him to process things, to keep him going. I am very exhausted, Mary. But I just couldn't see this being my Caleb out there. I could not see this being my boy out there, my sweetheart. Everybody, anybody, keep an eye out for Seth. Say your prayers for him. Say your, please, just energetic wise, do what you can for him. Do what you can for Sebastian, for this to end and come to pass, so everybody can just have their proper either grieving or proper in all aspects moving forward. A psychic reading said Seth will find Sebastian. Well, I hope I'm wrong. I am not that egotistical to where I can say I want to be right and I hope this child is passed on. Absolutely not. If I'm wrong, oh my God, I would rather be wrong than right when it comes to a death of somebody. So hey, if they, you know what, and the subjective of timing in this, maybe he was alive at one point and would have found him in a way. I don't know. I definitely feel, you're welcome, everybody. You're welcome. I definitely feel, please just cover this man in your loving energy. Cover Sebastian. Let's get this, I want to go back to Summer Wells and do a live for her or a video for her. She needs that tension back here. Yeah, found can definitely mean two different ways. I'm just saying, for me specifically, each one of a psychic receives their information in their own validity, the way that they can transfer it out to the public or whoever it is they're reading for. Me, I don't believe he is alive. Seth is mentioned numerous times in every reading I do, but so is Chris. And I can tell that Seth is doing everything he can, spirit alone. You are all welcome, my loves. I will try to be back on here. I do want to have a Facebook. I think I'm going to do a Facebook also live, but I want to do one for strictly members, so we can do our private read. in that manner, okay? I want to be wrong too, guys. For you cannot work in this field and have an ego, because people make mistakes when they do this kind of thing. People can be wrong. And if I'm wrong, okay, I'm wrong. I'll be the first to say, you know what, I apologize in all parties. I'm sorry I offended anyone. But for this instance, it'll be a cold day in hell before I apologize to the Weirdfoots. I'm just saying. But in general, all jokes aside, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I will never have that type of ego to where I will say, no, they're wrong. No, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I'm always the one who will make sure I go out of my way to publicly state. Anybody that's been with me in the years that I've been doing this, I've always made sure I've tried to be as most accurate as possible, to not put anything out until I know, discreetly or publicly, I believe he's gone. That's all there is to it. That's how I feel. Awful. Do I feel awful? Absolutely. I've been sick over this case, weak over this case. I've been sleeping during the day, and I never sleep during the day. Thank you, sweetie. I don't sleep during the day, and I've just felt so physically tired and worn. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm not going to try to work on Sebastian's case because I have to get myself to an energy level where I need to be. But you know where I'm at? An hour later after I say that? Right back on. It's hard for me to give up for a couple days. It's weighs down on me. I could be doing this. I know I'm supposed to be resting, but I find myself right back. It's like obsessive with me for him. I just see my baby. I see my son in him. And I just couldn't picture Caleb out there in the middle of nowhere. That's the hard thing. It really is exhausting. I can't imagine what Seth feels. I'm really, you know, I haven't seen you guys since last week on here, but I've been working straight through the week. I've been working with one person in specific, and I've been pulling in certain areas, and we're going from there. So I can't clearly say anything on here because, you know, Weirdfoots are on here. I believe so, yes. There's so much, like, but remember, go back to summer. How much darkness was around that little girl? And where did it end? In the most awful way. How much darkness was around him? Katie's family are all pedophiles. You got the jokester who likes to beat children and their wives and his wife. You know, I have obsessed over this case more so than I have any other case. It's very, very hard for me to just wake up, go through the motions of the day, and not work his case. It's very hard for me. It's very hard for me. Tomorrow I do have to take the day and just shut my phone off for the day so I don't get any messages, I don't get any videos, because I really need to just take a break from it for a day, because I'm making myself really tired and physically and mentally. My husband's like, I see it in your eyes are a little sunk in from not getting enough rest. So I'm definitely doing my best. I know you all are all doing your best, taking your time out of your day. All these YouTubers are taking their time. So thank you to everybody. On my behalf, thank you. Okay, everybody, I am going to say goodbye, and I will be on, I will post on the community tab when I'll be on again. And one specifically is going to be for members only, and one is going to be for community. I'm definitely going to, it's hard not to just not, you know, I just feel bad if I don't, you know, and it's, I walk through my house and it's like so still and silent, and it's like, okay, I should just be doing this now. I should be going back to it. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Good night, everybody. Please do that for Sebastian and for Seth. Each and every night, if you can, take the time and just I'll be posting future dates on community tab. Yes, it's raining here. You can hear it. All right, everyone, have a fabulous night, okay? Thank you for being on here with us. Thank you for Sebastian. Thank you for Seth. Thank you for everyone joining. And please go on other YouTube channels and check out anything that could help him, okay? It doesn't matter what channel you go on. Go where you think it where you think it matters the most. And make sure you, even if it sounds foolish, listen to it, because it could change something, okay? You are very welcome, everybody. Good night, and I wish you all the best, and please stay safe out there, okay? Bye.